Chapter 11:19. What appeared on the light screen and in front of everyone present was a schematic diagram that looked like a map. An entrance was marked at the bottom of the schematic map. That entrance was probably the place where a wisp of green smoke was rising from on Celestial Wolf Island. The entrance was connected to 7 different passageways. Those 7 tunnels, if one walked to the end, would all lead to the exit. However, there was an extremely complicated structure in the middle of the 7 passages. There was a portrait of a person in the middle of each of the 4 passages. It was the portrait of Alusha, Mira, Kildas, and Laxas, the 4 active S-rank magic shooters. The remaining 3 passages converged in the middle to form a single passage. In other words, there were only 5 passages leading to the exit. Looking at this schematic map, Noah more or less understood how the first phase of the S-rank magic shooter advancement test would unfold. As you can see, 4 of the 7 passages leading to the end are already guarded by an active S-rank magic shooter. If you choose these 4 passages and encounter 4 S-rank magic shooters, you must defeat them or gain their recognition before you can proceed to the end smoothly. Under everyone's gaze, Makarov first pointed to the 4 passages with the portrait of the 4 S-rank magic shooters on the schematic map and explained. Then, he pointed to the other 3 passages that would eventually converge. And those who choose the other 3 passages that will eventually converge will meet on the way to the end. When you meet, that's when the experiment begins. I see. Gray seemed to understand a little. In other words, the teams that choose the 3 passages that will converge will have to engage in a free-for-all between the 3 groups, right? That's right. Makarov nodded. Only one group can pass through this passage. Therefore, no matter what method the 3 groups use, as long as they eliminate the other 2 groups, they can proceed to the end. As long as they can reach the end, they will be considered to have passed the first phase of the S-rank magic shooter advancement test. Makarov turned his gaze to the 7 groups on the deck. Only the teams that pass the first phase of the test can continue to participate in the later phases of the test and finally pass the S-rank magic shooter advancement test to obtain the qualifications to be promoted to an S-rank magic shooter. Understand? That one sentence made the members of the 7 teams grumble incessantly. Do you understand? How could they not understand such a clear explanation? But it was precisely because they understood that they knew how difficult it was to pass the first phase of the S-rank magic shooter advancement test. Of the 7 groups, 4 of them would encounter an active S-rank archmage. Only by defeating or gaining the recognition of an active S-rank magic shooter could they pass the first phase of the test. Defeating an S-rank magic shooter. Even if it was a group of 2, it was easier said than done to be able to join forces. Not to mention, the 4 active S-rank magic shooters were almost all powerhouses that surpassed the scope of an ordinary S-rank magic shooter. Kildas and Laxas even had the ability to challenge Makarov, who was one of the top 10 saint magicians. Defeating them? Except for Noah, it could be said that there was almost no hope for the rest. As for the other 3 groups, even if they did not encounter an active S-rank magic shooter, the difficulty of passing would not be less than challenging an S-rank magic shooter due to the fierce competition. After all, it was a battle royale between 3 groups. Therefore, the difficulty of passing through the 7 passages was almost the same. Of course, if they chose a passage that was guarded by an active S-rank magic shooter, they did not necessarily have to defeat the other party. As long as they could gain the other party's recognition, they could still pass. Therefore, if they were lucky, in the end, there would be nothing more than 4 groups of people who passed the recognition of the 4 S-rank magic shooters. In addition to the group that won in the battle royale, there would be a total of 5 groups that passed the first phase of the test. But if they were unlucky and the 4 S-rank magic shooters' passages were blocked, then it was possible that only one group would be left to pass the first phase of the test. In the end, if there is only one group left to pass the first phase of the test, then the S-rank magic shooter advancement test finalists of that group can directly pass the test. Makarov coughed dryly. In other words, the first phase of the test, in addition to testing your combat strength, also tests your luck. Combat strength and luck. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Of course, More people fell into a deep sense of powerlessness. Is the so-called S-rank magic shooter advancement test so difficult? Lucy said to Kana somewhat helplessly. Let's not talk about the other 4 passages guarded by S-rank magic shooters. Even if we choose the other 3 passages, if we encounter Noah, we won't have any chance of winning, right? Don't say such discouraging words, Lucy. Kana's smile seemed somewhat forced. Didn't the president say so? In addition to combat strength, luck is also tested, right? There must be a way, right? There must be. You really have no ambition, Gadgelu said somewhat unyieldingly. No matter who we encounter, as long as I join forces with Lily, we will definitely pass. Lily crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Let me see how powerful the S-rank magic shooters of this guild are. Julian only hopes that we don't encounter Sir Noah. Julian almost cried. Otherwise, Zhu Bian should just give up. Don't give up so easily, Julian, Rebbe said, cheering him on. Even if we encounter Noah, there will definitely be a way. Fighting against an active S-rank archmage? Gray glanced at the channel marked with the avatars of 4 S-rank archmages and glanced at Fried. If we encounter Laxus, you can't go easy on him. Of course. Fried's expression didn't change at all. Let Laxus witness my growth. That way, won't Laxus be happy? A man. Elfman shouted, a large drop of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A man is a man with good luck. I don't understand the meaning of this sentence. Lisanna sighed and then became happy. Elfman's face lit up, and she said, it seems that the person who will pass this year's S-rank magic shooter advancement test is most likely Big Brother Noah. Yes, yes. Wendy nodded and said happily to Noah. If it's Big Brother Noah, even if he encounters an active S-rank magic shooter, he definitely won't lose. Hearing that, Noah smiled and looked in the direction of Celestial Wolf Island, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Seeing that, Makarov suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then, the first phase of the S-rank magic shooter advancement test begins now. Begin now? Everyone was stunned. Now? Weren't they still at sea? While everyone else was still in a daze, Noah laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, Noah suddenly turned around and hugged Wendy, who was at a loss. A pair of wings suddenly spread out from the boots on his feet. Immediately after, Noah's figure turned into a streak of light and flew in the direction of Celestial Wolf Island. Seeing this scene, the crowd finally reacted, their faces turning green and white at the same time. Stop right there. The entire deck was in a mess. Under the effect of Hermes' boots, Noah flew in the direction of Celestial Wolf Island like a streak of light and landed in a smoking area. At this moment, the 7 paths were completely presented in front of Noah. Wendy. Noah put down Wendy in his arms and asked. Can you smell which path the 4 S-rank magic shooters are in? Hearing that, Wendy twitched the tip of her nose and shook her head. No, there are many strange smells mixed in the air. I can't even tell which smell belongs to Miss Elusha and Miss Mira. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Noah nodded without the slightest surprise. He glanced around the 7 tunnels, and in the next second, he fixed his gaze on one of them. Since I can't play any tricks, I'll just have to rely on luck. Yes. Wendy nodded heavily and clenched her small fists, looking very cute. If it's Big Brother Noah, no matter who he encounters, he won't lose. Noah rubbed Wendy's small head and then led her into one of the paths. Chapter 1120. In the dim passageway, specks of fluorescent light fluttered back and forth in the air like fireflies, illuminating some of the space. It looked somewhat beautiful. Wow, walking in such a passageway, Wendy couldn't help but exclaim. Her small hands seemed to want to catch those fireflies, but she also seemed to be a little scared. Her big watery eyes flickered with a beautiful expression. It's so beautiful here. During this important period of the S-rank magic shooter advancement exam, Wendy's performance of looking around was very relaxed. It made people think that Wendy actually didn't come here to train, but rather to travel. She was quite leisurely. If it were someone else, they might have reminded Wendy. However, Noah didn't stop Wendy and let her wander there happily. In any case, Noah and Wendy, one had a superb perception ability, while the other had an extremely powerful sense of smell. If someone intended to attack them, it would be impossible not to be discovered. In addition, Noah was skilled and daring, so he didn't dampen Wendy's spirits. While looking around and observing the terrain, Noah asked casually, "Oh right, why didn't Xia Lulu come along?" "Xia Lulu isn't our partner." Although the president agreed to let her come to Celestial Wolf Island, he forbade Xia Lulu from following me. Wendy answered cleverly. "The president should be worried that Xia Lulu will help me." In other words, Xia Lulu is now with Grandpa. Noah nodded in understanding. "In that case, we don't have to worry about any accidents." However, for this S-rank magic shooter advancement exam, I heard that not only the 4 active S-rank magic shooters came to the island first, but also Brother Noah's brother's 2 personal guards. Wendy tilted her head. "Will Xia Lulu be with them?" "It's possible." Noah curled his lips. Bikesro and Alba Jerlin should have set up a simple camp somewhere on Celestial Wolf Island. Xia Lulu is very likely to have gone there. "Is that so?" Wendy said somewhat worriedly. "I hope Xia Lulu can get along well with the 2 from Thor clan." In the midst of a rather leisurely conversation, Noah and Wendy walked along the passageway together. According to the current atmosphere, Noah and Wendy would continue to be leisurely until they encountered the enemy. Unfortunately, this leisurely atmosphere was soon replaced by another kind of atmosphere. It was a very heavy and depressing atmosphere. Noah and Wendy subconsciously slowed down their footsteps and turned their gazes to the front of the tunnel at the same time. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere was coming from the front. Big Brother Noah. Wendy's small face was tense, and some nervousness appeared in her eyes. "There's the smell of someone up ahead." "I guess so," Noah said indifferently. "It seems that we have chosen a channel guarded by an active S-rank sorcerer." Noah and Wendy were the first to arrive at Celestial Wolf Island among the 7 groups of candidates, and they were the first to choose the channel. If they had chosen a channel where 3 groups of candidates would engage in a chaotic battle, then as the first group to choose the channel, Noah and Wendy would have to wait for the other 2 groups to arrive. However, at this moment, there was already someone waiting at the front of the passageway. What did this mean? It meant that the other party had arrived at Celestial Wolf Island before the other 7 groups. Other than the S-rank sorcerer who had set off early, who else could it be? In fact, Noah had guessed correctly. As Noah and Wendy moved forward, the channel in front of them gradually opened up. Not long after, a rather vast open space appeared in front of the 2 of them. The 2 of them stopped at the same time. This was because, in the middle of the vast open space, a figure slowly raised his head under the illumination of the fluorescent light, revealing his full appearance. When the 3 pairs of eyes met, the expressions of the 3 people present were different. Wendy revealed a surprised expression. A helpless expression appeared on Noah's face. The other party revealed an unbridled expression. His expression was as if everything was going according to his wishes, faintly revealing a hint of joy. "Yo, I've been waiting for you for a long time." When he heard this voice that was as violent as before, but not as violent as before, Noah's expression became even more helpless. "I didn't expect that I would encounter a situation where I have to fight with you in the exam, Laxas." "Yes." Standing in the middle of the vast open space, the S-rank sorcerer blocking Noah's path was Laxas. After a few months, the 2 brothers confronted each other again. However, the situation was very different. Last time, Noah and Laxas fought to settle all their past grievances. This time, Noah and Laxas fought for the S-rank sorcerer advancement exam. Or rather, this situation is exactly what I'm happy to see. Laxas grinned and pulled off his coat. Since you've met me, then you should know that I won't recognize you just because your performance is good, and obediently make way for you, right? I think so too. Noah slowly stepped forward and stood in front of Laxus, looking straight at his sworn brother. If you want to pass through here, I guess there's only one way. That's right. Laxus faced Noah's direction, turning sideways and raising his hand. His eyes became sharp. If you want to move forward, you'll have to defeat me. The moment his words fell, a violent electric current burst out from Laxus's body. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the fierce electric current continued to resound in the sealed space. At this moment, a burst of astonishing mana slowly rose from Laxus's body, which was surrounded by violent electric currents. Feeling that extraordinary mana, Wendy couldn't help but take a step back, her pretty face slightly changing. This mana, obviously, Wendy felt that the mana on Laxus's body was of the same origin as that of a Dragon Slayer Archmage. Is he also a Dragon Slayer Archmage? Ignoring Wendy's surprise, Laxus slowly clenched his fist, which was flickering with electric light, in Noah's direction as if he had caught lightning. I heard that you seem to have formed a contract with an elf, and you're no longer afraid of magic, right? Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. You already know. That guy Freed told me without permission. He said that everyone in the guild knew, Laxus said extremely calmly. But, I'm doubtful. Is there really no magic that is ineffective against you? In front of Noah, Laxus walked step by step towards Noah's direction. For example, I don't believe that my Dragon Slayer magic is ineffective against you. As soon as his voice fell. Bang! Accompanied by a loud stomping sound, Laxus, who was wrapped in lightning, suddenly swept across the space, as if he had turned into a real lightning bolt and scuttled in front of Noah. In the next moment, a fist that was filled with lightning and electric light burst out with an extremely terrifying momentum. Amidst the sound of lightning that made one's scalp numb, it exploded out. Bang! As if a bolt of lightning directly hit Noah's position, a burst of bright lightning exploded in Noah's position, covering Noah's entire body. Brother Noah! Wendy exclaimed aloud. However, Wendy's exclamation was completely covered by the intense electric shock sound. And at the place where the thick lightning was rioting, a figure emitting light smoke suddenly retreated from it. After the tip of his foot touched the ground a few times, he finally stabilized himself. Seeing that figure, Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. Noah, however, frowned and raised one hand. That hand, as if it had been roasted, emitted a thick burnt smell. It was unknown whether or not he saw this scene, but Laxus's voice reverberated from the center of the rioting lightning. Didn't this work? Saying such a sentence, Laxus, whose body was rippling with electricity, appeared from the lightning, the corner of his mouth slightly raised in a happy arc. Sure enough, the Dragon Slayer magic is effective against you. Laxus's magic was indeed effective against Noah. Noah's curse resistance was ineffective in front of the Dragon Slayer magic. Chapter 11:21. What was Dragon Slayer magic? Transforming a person's physique into a dragon's physique, allowing the user to have the same physique as a dragon, increasing strength, increasing attack and defense, and even adding attribute attacks. It was a magic that allowed the user to recover by swallowing substances of the same attribute. That was the Dragon Slayer magic. In other words, the true target of the so-called Dragon Slayer magic was not other people, but the Dragon Slayer Archmage who used the Dragon Slayer magic. If it was a pure attribute attack like Thunder Dragon's Roar, then it would be fine. But if it was a type of physical attack like Thunder Dragon's Crushing Fist, then it would be effective. Laxus, whose whole body was flickering with electricity, looked straight at Noah and smiled confidently. Am I right? Just as Laxus said, the Dragon Slayer magic, possessed by Dragon Slayer Archmages, was indeed a rare type of magic that could directly affect Noah's body, which was resistant to curses. Because it was a magic that allowed the user to have the physique of a dragon, and not a magic that directly affected Noah's body. In this way, although the so-called Dragon Slayer magic was still a magic, its attack method was in the form of physical attacks. It was not difficult to understand why it could affect Noah. As long as the magic is effective on you, then it's fine. The electricity on Laxus's body became even more violent. As long as it's effective, then I can continue to fight. After saying that, Laxus took a step forward. The violent magic in the form of lightning surged out from his body like a tide, turning into an electric current that formed around his body, causing the dust on the ground to fly. Be careful, Brother Noah, Wendy somewhat worriedly reminded. Noah nodded without turning his head, but his body did not move at all. At this moment, his pitch-black eyes became flickering. Beep beep beep. In the next moment, lightning suddenly flashed. Laxus, who was surrounded by violent lightning, disappeared from where he was. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Noah. Almost at the same time, Noah's body suddenly took a step to the left without warning. Swish! As Noah's body moved, a fist wrapped in dense lightning brushed past Noah's side and landed in the air. Laxus's expression didn't change at all when his punch missed. His body once again turned into a bolt of lightning and swept towards Noah. Laxus's speed was extremely fast. Even if it did not reach the true speed of lightning, under the support of magic, its speed was indeed not something that could be followed by the naked eye. It could be said to be terrifying. If it were other candidates, they would have been defeated in an instant by Laxus's lightning-like speed. However, in the face of such extreme speed, Noah only lifted one foot and slightly landed on the ground. His body was like a fallen leaf in a storm, lightly floating away. A bolt of lightning rubbed against the air, and in the sharp sound of breaking through the air, it violently shot out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning and a black shadow, one in front and one behind, chased each other in the vast open space. In terms of speed, even with the LV, for agility, blessing, Noah could not beat Laxus, who used the lightning transformation magic. However, in addition to the LV, for agility, blessing, Noah also had the LV, for dexterity, blessing. In addition, the open space was covered by Noah's sensing ability. Any movement in the wind would be detected by Noah. Even if his speed was not as fast as Laxus, Noah could rely on his flexible body to deal with Laxus, who turned into a bolt of lightning. Thus, in Wendy's eyes, a bolt of lightning constantly shot past Noah. Every time it fell in the air, it would suddenly turn, draw an arc, and continue to shoot in the direction of Noah. Noah, on the other hand, seemed to be able to see through all the trajectories of the lightning bolts. Every time the violent lightning bolts shot over, he would be able to dodge them with great agility and avoid them with great agility. Over time, every time Noah's attack was avoided by a hair's breadth, Laxus's complexion also gradually became dignified. His speed also became faster and faster, as if his magic power was free, crazily output. As the confrontation became more and more intense, Laxus's speed also became more and more terrifying. In the end, even Wendy could not see Laxus's figure. She could only feel a bolt of lightning frequently flying back and forth in the space. The speed was extremely fast. Even so, Noah's expression was still as calm as ever. Occasionally, he would take a step forward, move back, tilt to the side, and turn. Every time he made a slight movement, he would be able to brush past the lightning bolts that were shooting towards him, dodging Laxus's attack. Gradually, Laxus's mood also began to become impetuous. Indeed, Laxus saw the weakness of Noah's physique. He did not use the pure attribute attack of the Thunder Dragon's Roar, but had been using the strengthening, Dragon Slayer magic, to fight with Noah. However, since he could not use his attribute attack, that meant that Laxus also had no way to attack Noah from a distance, and could only engage in close combat. And Noah did not completely rely on his physique to fight. Even if the curse resistance was gone, Noah's strength was still there, and did not weaken in the slightest. Originally, Noah's strength was stronger than Laxus's. Now, Laxus's attack methods were limited, so it was natural that he could not do anything to Noah. If this continued, when Noah found an opportunity to counterattack, Laxus would definitely lose. Understanding this point, Laxus decisively squandered all his magic power. Beep beep beep. The unprecedentedly violent thunder and lightning soared up from Laxus's body, crazily rising, causing the hard ground to crack along the way, revealing the layer of soil underneath. Hi-ya! Laxus suddenly shouted, his body shook, and his speed soared. In an instant, he flashed in front of Noah. Facing Noah head-on. Dragon Slayer Mystery. Laxus raised a fist, and the violent lightning all over his body gathered in it, causing the fist to look as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, an extremely large bolt of lightning swelled up. Thunder controlling thunder. Catching the huge thunderbolt that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, Laxus clenched his fist so tightly that blue veins popped out on his arm. His face was extremely ferocious, and he mercilessly blasted in the direction of Noah, like the thunder god descending from the sky. Wherever the fist that caught the huge thunderbolt passed, the air was compressed into a chaotic flow, spreading out in all directions. The earth-shattering punch made Noah's hair flutter, revealing a pair of deep, dark eyes. Noah naturally knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely be the one to win in the end. Noah also knew that Laxus could not possibly not understand this point. However, Noah did not expect that Laxus would actually be so decisive in making the last gamble. This was a blow that gathered all of Laxus's magic power. After using it, regardless of winning or losing, Laxus would not be able to continue fighting. Therefore, this was Laxus's last blow. In the face of this blow, Noah suddenly stopped, the corner of his mouth lifted, and his eyes that were illuminated by the terrifying thunderbolt burst out with unprecedented vigor. Buzz! At the next moment, Noah clenched one of his hands tightly, and his entire arm suddenly shook. Lines that looked like electric wires crawled on his arm. Impressively, it was the enhanced magic. With the blessing of LV, for ability value, coupled with the strengthening of enhance magic, to what extent would Noah's physical ability be strong? The answer was soon revealed. Bang! Like a bullet from the chamber, Noah rushed out, and faced the terrifying thunderbolt head-on. Annihilating blow. The vigorous vortex of air suddenly condensed on Noah's fist, covering Noah's fist. Then, under the dull sound of the explosion and Wendy's somewhat frightened gaze, the two fists that carried the vortex of air and the terrifying thunderbolt, heavily collided with each other. Bang! An earth-shattering roar burst out in the bottomless passage. Chapter 11:22. Bang! When the depressing roar that made one's heart contract and eardrums tremble reverberated from one of the passageways of Heavenly Wolf Island, the entire ground of Heavenly Wolf Island trembled for a brief moment. Within the passageway, in the vast open space above, a powerful impact mixed with violent lightning swept across the entire space like a storm spreading in all directions. Kacha! Kacha kacha kacha! Without any suspense, the ground cracked open again and again. Bang, 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 bang. Under the attack of the substantial impact storm and terrifying lightning, the rocks that were closer to the impact site exploded one after another like fragile rubber balls. Even Wendy could not help but scream. She raised her hand to block in front of her. It was as if she was going against the flow in a storm and would be blown away at any time. If it was not for the fact that she was some distance away from the center of the impact, her petite figure would have been blown away. In such a situation, the entire open space at the center of the impact seemed to have collapsed and caved in extremely cleanly. As a result, the entire ground began to tremble crazily. Bolts of lightning were like pythons as they slithered back and forth on the ground. Wherever they passed, the ground would crack open. Not long after, along the center of the impact, the entire ground was covered with cracks and electric currents that moved back and forth like a spider web. By the time everything calmed down, it was unknown how much time had passed before it happened. Feeling that the movement had gradually calmed down, Wendy raised her head with lingering fear and looked forward. Pa! 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 Gravel rolled back and forth on the ground that was full of cracks and electric currents, making crisp sounds. A burst of thick sand and dust filled the space. In the thick sand and dust, two figures stood facing each other from afar. One of them was still standing tall and straight, his robe fluttering under the impact of the impact waves. He was not injured at all. The other was slightly bent over, his face covered with sweat, and he was constantly gasping for breath. One of his hands hung down weakly, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. The former was Noah. The latter was naturally Lax's. One of them had an expression as calm as an ancient well, and his posture was as calm as the wind and clouds, as if everything was normal. One of them was sweating profusely and panting heavily, cutting a sorry figure. It was clear at a glance who was strong and who was weak. However, Wendy noticed it. Although Noah was unscathed, one of his sleeves seemed to have been burned away, and his entire body was gone. Lax's limp hand trembled. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of his fist, dyeing a small piece of the ground red. Noah's missing hand and Lax's trembling and bleeding hand were both the hands that had launched the attack in the previous shocking collision. Clearly, the final result was still Noah's victory. "You've really grown into a monster." Staring at Noah in front of him, Lax's seemed to have given up on something. He relaxed his body and smiled weakly. "You didn't even use magic to block my strongest attack, and you didn't even get hurt?" "That's not right, Lax's." Noah shook his head. "At the last moment, I used magic to strengthen my body. Otherwise, the result wouldn't be like this." "Is that so?" Only then did Lax's expression soften. He calmed his breathing and turned his gaze to Noah. "But, in the battle just now, you didn't use your full strength, right?" Noah was silent. This was equivalent to admitting it. "Really?" Lax's closed his eyes and smacked his lips. "Losing to a younger brother, there's nothing more embarrassing than this." After saying this, Lax's turned around and picked up the coat that he threw on the ground. After putting it on, he slowly left. This action was undoubtedly Lax's admitting his defeat. In fact, although Lax's could continue to stand there, his magical power was almost depleted. Even if they continued to fight, the outcome of the battle would only be decided in a short moment, right? Since that was the case, he might as well just admit defeat. This was the current Lax's. If it was the previous Lax's, he definitely wouldn't be so straightforward. This man who was full of obsession could finally be so magnanimous like today. Looking at Lax's back gradually moving away, Noah couldn't help but speak. "Are you planning to go back?" Lax's footsteps paused slightly. Then, he returned to his original state as if nothing had happened. With his back facing Noah, he raised a hand. "I'll see you in the end." After finishing his words, Lax's disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Watching Lax's leave, Noah's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. "You've already lost, yet you're still acting cool. You're really not honest." "Big brother Noah." Wendy ran towards Noah's direction, and when she ran to Noah, she was so excited that she started dancing. "Big brother Noah. You passed." "Yes." Noah patted Wendy's head. "Wendy also stayed here and watched until the end." "You're really amazing." "No, no such thing." Wendy was a little embarrassed. I didn't help at all." Facing that Lax's, there aren't many people who can say that they can help. Noah chuckled. "Sooner or later, Wendy will become stronger." Wendy nodded heavily, and in her heart, she gradually began to think about becoming stronger. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly trembled for no reason. Wendy exclaimed in surprise. "What? What's wrong?" Noah frowned and looked in a direction. As far as Noah's eyes could see, he could only see the walls of the tunnel. However, Noah sensed an extremely shocking mana rising in that direction. This magic power. After feeling the aura of the magic power, Noah exclaimed in surprise. "Kildas? Kildas?" Wendy looked at Noah with some surprise. "Does that mana belong to Kildas?" "It can't be wrong." Noah nodded affirmatively and thought about it. "It seems that Kildas is a bit serious. Who on earth chose the route that Kildas was guarding?" "Aha!" Wendy laughed dryly. "Such amazing mana, I wonder who is unfortunate enough to face it," Noah nodded in agreement. Judging from Kilda's current level of magic power, even Rax's full power was not comparable to that of Kilda's, right? As expected of fairy tale, the strongest sorcerer on the surface. At least, in Noah's opinion, Kilda's had really surpassed Makarov in all aspects. I hope that the guy who made Kilda's serious can successfully get Kilda's approval. That was Noah's current thought. As for defeating Kilda's, forget it. In the face of absolute power, no matter what method one used, it was unlikely that it would be effective. To those guild members who had not reached the level of an S-rank magic shooter, Kilda's strength was an absolutely insurmountable wall. Therefore, no matter what strategy one used, it was unlikely to work. The only way to pass through the path that Kilda's was guarding was to get Kilda's approval. If one were to defeat Kilda's, even Alusha, Mira, and Lax's would not have a chance of winning, let alone the rest of the guild members, except for Noah. It would be interesting if I could go all out against Kilda's. After leaving this thought, Noah looked at Wendy. Okay, Wendy, let's continue forward. Yes. Wendy replied obediently. After that, Noah and Wendy continued forward and left the scene that had become extremely messy. After walking in the passage for about 5 minutes, there was light in front of them, which told Noah and Wendy that they had reached the exit. When Noah and Wendy walked out of the passage, a giggling voice sounded. I knew that big brother Noah would be able to pass. Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Noah suddenly smiled. He raised his head and looked forward. He saw that there were already a few groups outside the exit. The one who spoke was Lisanna. Chapter 11:23. When Noah walked out of the passage, there were already 3 teams present. Elfman and Lisanna's team. Julian and Leby's team. And Karna and Lucy's team. All 3 groups smiled at Noah, who had just walked out of the passage. Sure enough, it's impossible for Noah to fail. Lucy said to Noah with a smile. I thought Noah met Miss Mira and deliberately admitted defeat. Yo, Noah. Leby also waved at Noah with a smile on her face. We also passed. You're a man. Elfman gave Noah a thumbs up. Men should pass the first stage of the experiment. As for Julian and Karna, although they didn't greet Noah, it was obvious that they were very happy about passing the first stage of the experiment. The joy on their faces couldn't be hidden. Everyone? Wendy said in surprise. Has everyone passed? Not to mention Wendy, even Noah was more or less surprised. Regardless of which team won the final victory, among the 3 teams that passed the first stage of the experiment, 2 of them must have met an active S-rank archmage. And since they were already here, it meant that 2 of the 3 teams had broken through the obstacles of the S-rank magic shooters to pass the first stage of the experiment. Which 2 teams had the ability to break through the S-rank archmage's garrison? Noah, who was extremely curious, asked directly. What kind of passage did you choose? What kind of opponents did you meet? Hearing this, the team members who passed the first stage looked at each other and smiled. Then, the next report made Noah surprised again. We chose the passage of the chaotic battle. Lucy made a victory gesture to Noah. Along with us are Gadjalu and Lily's teams, as well as Gray and Freed's teams. Wendy couldn't help but cover her mouth. In other words, Sister Lucy and Sister Kana had to defeat those 2 teams to clear the level. Rather than saying that we defeated them, it's better to say that we picked up a bargain. Karna laughed bitterly. Because we were the last to arrive at Celestial Wolf Island, the other passages had already been chosen. When we walked into the only remaining passage and arrived at the chaotic battlefield, the impatient Gray and Gadjalu started fighting first. In the end, Gray, Gadjalu, Freed, and Lily were all beaten black and blue, and even their mana was exhausted. Lucy laughed dryly. So, we picked up a little bargain. I see. Noah laughed, and then looked at Lisanna and Elfman. Then, you met an active S-rank archmage's garrison. It's not just an active S-rank archmage, Karna said helplessly. We're met Sister Mira. Mira? Noah was slightly stunned, and then he was surprised. In other words, you defeated Mira before coming here? Looking at Noah's surprised expression, Lisanna and Elfman exchanged glances. Back to 30 minutes ago. When Noah flew directly to Celestial Wolf Island with Wendy and chose a path, the others also arrived at Celestial Wolf Island one after another after a commotion and began to choose a path. In addition to Noah and Wendy, Naz and Gadgelu, who teamed up with Habi and Lily respectively, also took advantage of the convenience of moving and arrived at Celestial Wolf Island first. After Naz and Gadgelu's teams, Julian and Leby's teams, and Gray and Freed's teams also landed on the island respectively. Lisanna and Elfman arrived at Celestial Wolf Island one step ahead of Lucy and Karna, and chose one of the two remaining routes. However, the enemies waiting in front of the siblings made Lisanna and Elfman experience what it meant to be shocked. Whoosh! A ferocious scaled tail that looked like a crocodile swayed in the air with a whistling sound. I didn't expect that the ones who chose the route I was stationed to be the two of you, Lisanna, Elfman. The owner of the ferocious scaled tail let out a clear and melodious voice as usual. That voice was already very familiar to Lisanna and Elfman. But it was precisely because of this familiarity that Lisanna and Elfman could tell that this voice was different from before. What was the difference? The difference was that this voice, which had always been sweet and gentle in the past, now carried the ferocious aura of a ferocious beast. Under this ferocious voice, even Lisanna and Elfman couldn't help but take a step back. Almost at the same time, the voice filled with ferocious aura sounded again. You can't back off here. Otherwise, I won't let you, who can't even get past me, continue forward. Along with this sentence, the owner of the ferocious scaled tail took a step forward and exposed her entire body to the sunlight. What kind of figure was that? If one had to use a word to describe it, then there was only one word. Nightmare. Her slim and graceful body was covered only by a tight-fitting swimsuit. Her waist-length hair, which used to hang down like silver silk, shot up into the sky in anger. Her pair of arms had turned into the fins of a demon's wrist. Myra's gentle and delicate face was not only filled with ferociousness at this moment, but her ears were also long and pulled back like a bat's. Coupled with the ferocious scaled tail that swayed up and down on her back, how could such an appearance not be described as a nightmare? And to the enemy, Myra's appearance was indeed a nightmare. That was because it was the power of the devil that Mira had absorbed through her self-awakening, receive magic, since she was young. It was called Satan's soul. It was only in this form that Mira was in existence like in the legends. Mira, Jean Strauss, was a demon-kin that was on par with the fairy queen. Even if you're my younger brother or sister, I won't show any mercy. As she slowly walked forward, Mira, who had received Satan's soul and transformed into a demon-kin, looked at Lisanna and Elfman with a pair of sharp eyes. Her voice was so low that it sounded like it came from the depths of hell. So, use all your strength. At this moment, a pitch-black aura of death rose from Myra's body like a fog, causing the air to seem as though it had decayed and become lifeless. Lisanna and Elfman felt suffocated at the same time. That was because both Lisanna and Elfman were able to tell. Mira was definitely serious. Sister. Elfman clenched his fists and stared at Mira, sweat dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that Elfman couldn't muster up the will to resist. Lisanna, on the other hand, took a deep breath and suddenly took a step forward. Her action caused Myra's footsteps to falter slightly. She looked over and the corner of her mouth lifted. Lisanna, do you really think you can defeat me? In her Satan's soul form, Myra's smile was hair-raising. However, in the face of Myra's terrifying smile, Lisanna smiled sweetly and spoke without hesitation. That's right, Sister Mira. I will defeat you. Oh. Mira smiled disdainfully. Do you think you can do it? If it's my own strength, I naturally won't be able to do it. Lisanna smiled confidently. But, Sister Mira, it's a pity that I have a fiancé who really dotes on me. Mila raised her eyebrows slightly at his words. Ah. Sister Mira, don't you know? Lisanna blinked at Mira. In order to not let me be in danger, Big Brother Noah helped me make a lot of insurance. Sister Mira doesn't seem to know about this. It seems that Big Brother Noah really does love me more. The smile on Myra's face became twitching. What happened next was logical. Mira, who had been guarding against Lysana's unknown methods and neglected Elfman, was hit by this man's anger and carelessly lost. Chapter 11:24. After learning about how Lysana and Elfman defeated Mira, Noah was completely speechless. He didn't think that Lysana would be so good at taking advantage of loopholes. Although Mira no longer continued to be active in the magic world as a magic shooter recently and lived a rather comfortable life, even if her skills were rusty because of this, the foundation of an S-rank magic shooter was still there, after all, and would not disappear just like that. With Lysana and Elfman's strength, even if they worked together, it would be difficult for them to deal an effective blow to Mira, let alone defeat her. The problem was that Lysana had used Noah's matter to sway Mira. With Noah's position in Myra's heart, as well as Noah's fiancée, Lysana's provocation, the real reason for Myra's defeat was probably not the means that Noah had secretly prepared for Lysana, but also the lethality of, Brother Noah loves me more. After all, they were both Noah's fiancés. Noah had made a lot of preparations so that Lysana wouldn't be in danger. On the other hand, not only was Mira not prepared at all, she didn't even know about this matter. With such a difference in treatment, it was already very good that Mira didn't cry. It was inevitable that she would be shaken. Her skills were rusty because she hadn't fought in a long time. She was too guarded against Lysana's unknown means and neglected Elfman's role. Her heart was shaken. These three reasons combined caused Mira, an active S-rank sorcerer, to reveal too many flaws and be taken down by Lysana and Elfman. Of course, there was another reason. That was, Myra's Satan's soul wasn't a power that could be used as and when she wanted to. The so-called receiving magic was actually a magic that could absorb the power of animals, monsters, and even magical creatures into one's own body for one's own use. In the magic world, there were many sorcerers who knew how to use receive spell. Even Lysana and Elfman knew how to use receive spell. It was easy to imagine how versatile this spell was. However, apart from Mira, no one could receive the power of a demon. Naturally, this kind of power wasn't something that could be used as and when one wanted to. One weakness that couldn't be bypassed was that the mana consumption was too great. In that case, it was bound to lead to a problem. Myra's explosive power was very strong, even stronger than Alusha's and comparable to Laxus's. However, she couldn't last long in battle. Once he was dragged into a war of attrition, it would undoubtedly be the worst for Mira. In the end, after being intimidated by Lysana and then provoked, Mira, who had grown fearful and shaken, was firmly held back by Lysana. Then, Elfman seized the opportunity and took down Mira in one fell swoop. This was the reason why Mira lost. Not only Noah, but even the rest of the people could more or less see the reason behind it. For a moment, they were speechless. Wait. Only then did Noah react. He stared blankly at her. Since when did I hide from Mira and prepare for you to guard against danger? Like Mira, she was no longer active in the magic world as a sorcerer. Instead, she was a full-time assistant and waitress in the guild. Her life was very comfortable. How could there be any danger in such a life? Moreover, before returning to this world, Noah really didn't have many tricks up his sleeve. Naturally, he didn't prepare anything for Lysana to guard against danger. If he did, Noah definitely wouldn't treat Mira differently and neglect her. This was the only thing that Noah was absolutely certain of. Noah loved Mira and Lysana equally. There was never a saying of who he loved more. She should know this better than anyone else, right? Thus, she smiled slyly. Of course I'm lying to Big Sister Mira. If Big Brother Noah really prepared such an important thing for me, how could I not tell Big Sister Mira immediately? Hearing this, the corners of Noah's eyes began to twitch. Oh, 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 oh. Lucy laughed out loud. Noah, you're in trouble this time. Not to mention Lucy, even Lebby, Kana, and even Julian were snickering. Wasn't that right? Undoubtedly, there was no difference in treatment. Now that Lysana had cheated him, Noah could already imagine how aggrieved Mira would be when they met again. Noah really didn't feel good. When Noah's expression darkened, Wendy hurriedly changed the topic as if to smooth things over. Then, which S-rank sorcerer did Big Sister Ruby and Big Sister Julian meet this time? Hearing this, Lebby and Julian seemed to recall the terrifying opponent they had encountered in the first phase of the experiment. Their faces darkened, and even turned green. However, at the same time, a look of relief appeared on their faces. Time once again returned to 30 minutes ago. Lysana and Elfman were the second-last team to arrive at Celestial Wolf Island. As for Lebby and Julian, they were the fourth group to arrive at Heavenly Wolf Island after Noah and Wendy, Naz and Habby, and Gadjaloo and Lily. However, Lebby and Julian, who had chosen the route before Lysana and Elfman, were much slower than Lysana and Elfman's team. The reason was naturally because they met the most merciless obstacle. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, a shocking shock wave suddenly spread out in all directions in the vast tunnel. Ah! Under the shocking impact, Lebby and Julian were both sent flying. Like kites with their strings cut, they smashed into the walls on both sides of the tunnel. Then, they slowly slid down, their faces contorted in pain. It's a lie, right? Julian, who was lying on the ground, muttered in disbelief. Julian. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Once upon a time, Julian was also an S-rank sorcerer in Phantom Lord. Although every guild's S-rank sorcerer had a different level of strength due to the difficulty of promotion, the Phantom Lord was once the #1 guild in the Kingdom of Fiori alongside Fairy Tail. Even if the promotion difficulty of the S-rank sorcerer in the guild was lower than that of Fairy Tail, it wouldn't be much lower. At the very least, that was what Julian thought. That was why Julian, who had once been an S-rank high mage in another guild, thought that even if he wasn't a match for an active S-rank high mage, he would at least be able to put up a fight. Now, this idea was completely destroyed by the Queen of the Fairies. What's wrong? With an awe-inspiring voice, Elusa walked out of the shadows in front of him with heavy footsteps of her steel boots hitting the ground. Is it over just like that? Both Lebby and Julian raised their heads with difficulty and looked forward. At that moment, Elusha was wearing a set of armor. It was a set of green armor with fins, just like a mermaid's. The ears had also turned into fins. Wearing this set of armor, Elusa held a light green sword in her hand and had a stern expression on her face. If you can't even handle this, then don't even think about becoming an S-rank sorcerer. Hearing this, Julian bit his lips and forced himself to stand up, still in pain. Wait, Julian. Julian. Levi also struggled to stand up, but she still tried to persuade him. That's the Sea King's armor, which can increase your resistance to water magic and nullify water magic attacks. If you use water magic, even if you force yourself to attack, you won't be able to defeat Elusa. Then what should we do? Julian helplessly asked Lebby for help. Julibian only knows water elemental magic. Lebby was also at her wit's end. But inadvertently, Lebby touched a red string in front of her. She paused for a moment, then an idea flashed through her mind. Aren't you going to continue attacking? Elusha's merciless whipping was getting closer and closer. If that's the case, then I'll do it. Just as Elusha was about to rush forward, Lebby suddenly shouted, Hey! I have something very important to tell you. Chapter 11:25. I have something very important to tell you. When these words came out of Leia's mouth, Elusa, who was about to charge forward, abruptly came to a halt. However, Elusha's delicate face did not show any signs of surprise. Instead, it was rather calm. I see. You know that your opponent can't face you head-on, so you're starting to use a strategy? While saying that, Elusa didn't seem to be worried at all about what strategy Layla would use. Instead, she seemed to be looking forward to it and smiled confidently. Alright, Leia, let me see what strategy you're going to use. Leia was rather helpless when she saw that Elisha had seen through her plan with just a few words. At this juncture, she suddenly claimed that she had something important to say. Other than using a strategy, what else could it be? Elisha was the type of person who was especially smart. Therefore, it was a piece of cake for Elisha to see through her plan. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to use a strategy that could shake Elisha. However, just because it was close to impossible didn't mean it was absolutely impossible. Leia, who was enduring the pain in her body, gripped the red string around her neck tightly as a smile appeared on her slightly childish face. "Hey, Elisha, if someone suddenly proposes to you, what do you plan to do?" The entire place fell silent. Propose? Elisha was stunned. Propose? Julian was also stunned. When they finally reacted, the two girls' pretty faces were filled with excitement. Propose, propose? The sternness on Elisha's face disappeared in an instant. It was as if she had turned into the most ordinary girl. She took 2 steps back and looked at Leia as she stuttered. That means, he wants me to get married. That's right. Leia made a victory sign in her heart and quickly said. And I'm saying if someone wants to marry you, what do you plan to do? Will you agree? Wait. Elisha quickly raised a hand to stop Leia from speaking. She forced herself to appear calm, but her slightly stiff expression had already betrayed Elisha's inner thoughts. Why would you suddenly ask such a question? That's the important thing I want to tell you, Lebby sighed as if she was having a hard time thinking about what to say. Actually, Elisha, in our guild, there has always been someone who wants to marry all the girls. Levi's sudden and shocking words left Alyssa completely dumbfounded. You? What did you say? Elisha said in shock. You're saying that someone in the guild wants to marry all the girls? Even Elisha, who had no immunity to the word marriage, was suspicious of such a ridiculous statement. However, in the face of Elisha's suspicion, Lebby acted as if she knew what was going on. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Leia said with a serious face as if she was trying to trick a child. Think about it carefully, Elisha. Isn't there such a winner in our guild? Elisha was taken aback by Lebby's words. Then, she finally understood what Lebby meant and spoke in a tone full of uncertainty. You mean Noah? After saying that, Elisha did not give Leia a chance to reply. Impossible. Noah isn't that kind of person. How do you know that Noah isn't that kind of person? Lebby bowed deeply to Noah in her heart and apologized. Then, she said with some indignation in her voice. If Noah isn't that kind of person, why would he be engaged to both Mira and Lisanna at the same time? That's because Mira and Lisanna are both in love with Noah. Noah also responded to their feelings. That's the result. Elisha said righteously. I'm sure that Noah is absolutely sincere to Mira and Lisanna. We grew up together, and I can see that. Leia, I won't allow you to slander your companions like that. Indeed, both Mira and Lisanna are in love with Noah. I don't suspect that Noah's feelings for Mira and Lisanna are fake, Leia said. But, if Noah can like both Mira and Lisanna at the same time, it's not impossible for him to like the other girls in the guild, right? That's true. Elisha frowned. But, ever since he got engaged to Mira and Lisanna, Noah hasn't shown any signs of being a playboy. That's where you're wrong, Elisha. Lebby's expression suddenly turned sad and distressed. It was as if she wouldn't give up until she said something shocking. Actually, not only did Noah propose to Mira and Lisanna, he also secretly proposed to me. Wah! Elisha's expression froze. Not to mention Elisha, even Julian's eyes widened as he stared at Lebby in disbelief, causing Lebby's face to turn red. Of course, this time, she was blushing for real. I know you don't believe me. She suppressed her shyness and pretended to be indignant as she spoke to Alyssa. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. She then took out the red string that was hanging around her neck. Upon closer inspection, there was a small pouch that looked like an amulet tied to the red string. Leia opened the pouch and took something out. The next moment, both Alusha and Julian were stunned. This was because the thing that Ruby took out from the bag was a small diamond. Alusha, you must have seen the diamond ring that Noah used to propose to Mira and Lysana, right? Leia opened her palm and looked at Alusha. She then looked at Alusha. Look, isn't the diamond on Mira and Lysana's rings exactly the same as this one? Exactly the same. Of course, it was exactly the same. Back then, when Noah ordered the 2 rings, there was a small portion of the diamond left behind. Leia had secretly taken it away and put it into a pouch that looked like an amulet. She then tied it with a red string and wore it like a necklace. Now, the diamond that Lebby took out was the small part of the diamond that she had secretly hidden back then. This is what Noah used to propose to me. When she said this, Lebby's pretty face was also completely red. This way, you should believe me, right? No. But, this isn't right. Alusha was completely confused. Noah shouldn't be that kind of person. We grew up together, and no one knows him better than I do. I know that if it were Noah, even if he were to propose to a third person, he would do it openly so that she would have the same happiness as Mira and Lysana. He would never cheat on her like this. That's right, that's it. He didn't say it out loud because Noah's proposal isn't over yet. Layla added fuel to the fire as if she was striking while the iron was hot. Let me tell you a secret, Alusha. Noah actually prepared a ring to propose to you. To me? Alusha's head turned red with a bang, and smoke rose from it. No. I'm not mentally prepared yet, to get married. Leia's eyes lit up when she saw that Alusha was in a state of confusion. She finally made her final move. I'm not lying to you, Alusha. I saw it with my own eyes. The ring that Noah was going to propose to you with is the same diamond as mine. If you don't believe me, I can show you this. Without hesitation, Leia tossed the diamond in her hand towards Alusha. Seeing this, Alusha unexpectedly stepped forward and stretched out her hand towards the diamond that was thrown over. Now! In the next moment, Lebby and Julian rushed toward Alusha at the same time. What happened next made sense again. Alusha, who had no immunity against marriage, didn't even have time to react before she was attacked by Leia and Julian. She suffered the same fate as Mira. Chapter 1126. When he recalled the process of defeating Alusha, Julian smiled sheepishly, while Rebby's face turned slightly red. She couldn't help but secretly grip the amulet hidden in her clothes. Although it was a strategy that she had no other choice, it was a fact that Rebby secretly hid the diamond left over from Noah's custom-made ring. Initially, Rebby only treated the diamond as an amulet, which was why she always wore it on her body. Now that Alusha knew about this matter, even if Alusha knew that Rebby's lie was only a temporary measure, the fact that Rebby secretly hid the diamond left over from Noah's custom-made ring was inevitably exposed. Unfortunately, only Rebby and the jewelry store owner knew that the diamond was left over from Noah's custom-made ring. Even Noah himself didn't know about this. What should I do if Alusha really misunderstands? With that thought, Rebby secretly clenched her fists. No, I must find Alusha and have a good chat afterwards. Find Alusha and have a chat. Noah cast a puzzled gaze at Rebby. What do you want to talk about? And nothing. Rebby, who was stared at by Noah, blushed again. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, and she hurriedly stopped her delusions and changed the topic. Why yes, we're the only 4 groups that passed the first stage of the experiment, right? Gray and Gadula's teams have been defeated by us. Lucy spoke in high spirits as if she had really defeated Gray and Gadula herself. Only Naz's team is left. Naz? Lysana tapped her cheek with a finger and tilted her head. Brother Noah and Wendy met Laxa's, Brother Elfie and I met Sister Mira, Rebby and Julian met Alusha, and Lucy and Kana met the 3 groups. Then, the S-rank sorcerer guarding the remaining passage, she didn't finish her sentence. Because everyone thought of it. Naz met Kilda's, right? Kana's expression was slightly complicated, but more than that, it was pity for Naz. What bad luck. Admittedly, Naz's strength was one of the best in fairy tale, but Kilda's was the strongest sorcerer in the guild. Even Alusha could defeat Naz in one hit, let alone Kilda's, who was far stronger than Alusha. Is that so? Lucy said with some pity. Gray was eliminated, will Naz be eliminated too? Just as everyone was thinking about this, Noah suddenly had a thought and smiled. That's not necessarily true. Everyone present was stunned. Under everyone's gaze, Noah turned his head and looked at the exit of the remaining passage. Everyone followed Noah's gaze and looked over. In the next second, a figure slowly walked out from the inside of the passage, and there was a cat with open wings floating in the air beside him. Who else could it be but Naz and Habi? Naz actually passed Kilda's test. If it was a normal situation, everyone would be shocked. However, at this very moment, no one present had the energy to be shocked. It was because Naz, who had walked out of the passage, was not as noisy and carefree as before. Instead, he lowered his head and hid his expression under the shadows. He looked extremely depressed, which was very abnormal. It was this extremely abnormal scene that caused everyone to be unable to care about being shocked. Habi? Lucy looked at Habi in bewilderment. What happened? Habi didn't speak. He just spread his hands helplessly with a helpless look, which made everyone look at each other. Only Noah more or less guessed the reason why Naz had such an abnormal performance. After defeating Raxus, whether it was Noah or Wendy, they both felt that Raxus had burst out with an extremely shocking amount of magic power. Even Noah and Wendy, who were so far away, felt it, not to mention Naz, who was close to Kilda's in the passage. Most likely, the competitive Naz must have felt the despairing difference in strength from Kilda's, which was why he fell into a depressed state. After all, if Naz really defeated Kilda's, with Naz's character, he would definitely make a fuss. With such a depressed look now, no one would think that Naz really relied on his strength to defeat Kilda's to pass the first stage of the experiment. So, it must be that Kilda's recognized Naz and took the initiative to let him pass, right? And obviously, Naz didn't seem to be able to accept such a result. At that moment, everyone looked at Naz, who lowered his head and fell into depression, and they didn't know what to say for a while. However, Naz's footsteps didn't stop, but he walked straight in the direction of Noah. Noah looked straight at Naz, didn't speak, didn't make any expression, and remained silent. Under such circumstances, Naz came in front of Noah, and immediately raised his head to meet Noah's gaze. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented strong will. Hey, Noah. Naz slowly spat out such a sentence. I will definitely become stronger, stronger. I know. Noah looked into Naz's eyes and nodded. I also believe that you can definitely do it. Is that so? The smile on Naz's face returned little by little. At that time, will you fight with me? Hearing this, Noah smiled indifferently. I can accompany you at any time. The strong will in Naz's eyes was immediately replaced by satisfaction. Good. Naz pointed to everyone present and made a declaration. Who can become an S-rank magic shooter? Let's fight it out. That declaration was as competitive as ever. However, everyone could clearly feel that in that competitive speech, there was a strong will that had never been there before. As a result, everyone was also ignited by Naz's words. I won't lose. Kana's face was also full of determination. Definitely become an S-rank magic shooter. N. Lucy nodded in agreement. I will definitely make Kana become an S-rank magic shooter. Zhu Bian won't lose either. Zhu Bian, who didn't have any desire to fight before, was also excited. Zhu Bian will definitely work hard. Come on. Julian. Levi clenched her small fists. We will definitely win in the end. Man. Elfman shouted. The one who wins in the end is a real man. Although I'm very supportive of Brother Noah, I won't admit defeat so easily. Lysana smiled sweetly. At least, except for Big Brother Noah, I will definitely not lose to anyone. I will work hard too. Wendy quickly expressed her opinion. I will definitely work hard to help Big Brother Noah. Noah didn't say anything. He just patted Wendy's head and looked at Naz. Although the smile on his face wasn't very confident, it revealed a strong courage. Hee hee. Naz grinned and laughed. Very good, I'm burning. Love. Hubby was so excited that he flew around in the air. Looking at the scene that was completely ignited by Naz's will, Noah's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. Such charisma, as expected of a dragon's child. At this moment, another voice suddenly cut in. It's best if you can have confidence. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. There, Makarov walked over step by step, looked around at everyone, and nodded. There are actually so many teams that passed the first stage of the experiment. Wasn't that right? 7 routes, 3 of them would intersect and only 1 team could be determined. The other 4 routes were all guarded by S-rank magic shooters. If something went wrong, it could really lead to only 1 team being able to pass the first stage of the experiment. Now, all 4 S-rank magic shooters had been broken through. Even if the rest didn't break through directly except for Noah, it was still surprising. Then, let's begin the second stage of the experiment. Makarov directly announced. Next, you must find the mausoleum of the first president, Mavis Viamilio. The time limit is 6 hours. If you don't reach the destination in 6 hours, the team will be eliminated. Understood? Yes. Everyone nodded in response. Chapter 1127. In one of the corners of Celestial Wolf Island, there was a temporary camp. It was made up of several tents, and it looked like a campsite used for camping. At this time, in one of the tents in the camp, Gray, Gadulu, Freed, and Lily were lying on top of it. They had bruises all over their bodies, and they were rubbing them while groaning in pain. It hurts. Gray rubbed his almost disfigured face and looked at Gadulu with a ferocious gaze. You bastard, aren't you being too heavy-handed? What does it have to do with me? Gadulu said with his nose in the air. You're too weak. I didn't even have time to use my strength. What did you say? Gray was furious. Just as he was about to get up, he lay down again because he pulled his wound. Hee hee. Gadulu just wanted to mock him, but he also pulled his wound, causing him to howl in pain. Looking at Gray and Gadulu, who still insisted on quarreling even in their injured state, Freed and Lily, who were also lying on the side, were quite speechless. But there was nothing they could do about it. The gap in strength between these 4 people was not very big. If they were to fight, it would only end in a situation where both sides would suffer great losses. Of course, if there was a winner, then presumably, even if they were seriously injured, Gray and Gadulu wouldn't be so hot-tempered, right? The problem was that not only did the team of Gray and Gadulu not have a winner, but Lucy and Kana also took advantage of the situation and eliminated both Gray and Gadulu. That was the reason why these 2 people were so noisy. Like Gray and Gadulu, Freed and Lily were also injured in the fight, and now they were lying here. But compared to Gray and Gadulu, who were making a ruckus after being picked up, Freed and Lily weren't that unwilling. If one had to say what kind of emotion he would have after this result, it would only be regret. I already knew beforehand that there would be people from Group 3 joining the chaotic battle. In the end, I still made the mistake of being a fisherman benefiting from the fight between the Sandpiper and the Clam, Freed sighed. How embarrassing. There's nothing we can do about it. Lily's injuries were the lightest, and he was also the most open-minded. After all, we are just partners of Gadulu and Gray. Our main responsibility is to support them. Since they want to fight, we can only accompany them. In fact, it was the 2 impatient people, Gray and Gadulu, who couldn't wait to fight when they encountered each other in the passage. Even Fred and Lily could only participate in the battle. They fought until both sides were injured. In the end, it led to Lucy and Kana taking advantage of the situation. If Gray and Gadula could obediently wait for Kana and Lucy to appear, the result would definitely not be like this. It's too late to say anything now. Since it has already happened, there's nothing we can do about it. Fried seemed to have gotten over it, but then he frowned again and looked in a direction. But what's going on with them? Hearing this, Lily also looked over, and then revealed a look of confusion. He saw that at a wooden table outside the tent, Elisha and Mira were sitting there with their heads lowered, falling into a state of extreme depression. Elisha's expression alternated between green and red. I didn't expect that I would actually fall for such an obvious trick, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's a sacred marriage. Besides, it's not like I haven't thought about getting married, not to mention that the other party is Noah. Obviously, Elisha's expression turned green because she regretted it, and her expression turned red because she was still immersed in the delusion of marriage. As for Mira, not only was she completely depressed, but she also seemed to be unwilling to believe the truth as she kept muttering. Noah really does love Lisanna a little more, a little more, a little more. It seemed that those words had really ruthlessly stabbed Myra's heart, causing her to bleed non-stop. Just like that, the two strongest female sorcerers in the Fiori Kingdom's #1 guild, Fairy Tale, were completely immersed in their own world, and their backs were dim. Seeing this scene, Fried and Lily could only look at each other. After a while, Lily lamented. There are indeed many weirdos in this guild. You can't say that, Fried said in a serious tone. Maybe Elisha and Mira really have something on their minds, and as companions, we should go and care for them. Is that so? Lily frowned. But, my intuition tells me that it's better not to get close to Elisha and Mira now. Just as he finished speaking, a voice of agreement sounded. I feel the same. The one who said this was Bikesro, who had just picked some wild vegetables from the forest. Elisha and Mira are very dangerous right now, and I don't want my babies to be hurt. The marionettes floating around Bikesro began to jump up and down. Anyway, just don't bother with them. Abagrin also walked out of the forest with a bunch of wild fruits in her hands. She looked like she had nothing to do with this matter. It's not like you don't know what those two women are like when they're angry. Oh. You're back. Fred propped himself up and looked around. Then, he asked in confusion. Where's Laxus? Bikesro, Abaglin, and Bikesro glanced at each other, and their expressions turned solemn. Actually. Abra hesitated for a moment and said. Just now, we found a very strange place in the forest. A strange place? Fried was startled, and his expression became even more puzzled. What kind of strange place? We don't know how to describe it. Bikesro scratched his head and could only say so. So, Laxas and Kildas went there to take a look. Is that so? Fried nodded his head in understanding. He raised his eyes and looked at the forest before him. I hope nothing strange happens again. At the same time, Laxas and Kildas were standing in an open space deep in the forest, and their expressions were heavy. Upon closer inspection, the scene in front of Laxas and Kildas was more or less creepy. The ground was burnt yellow. The trees were withered. The fallen leaves seemed to have been burned to ashes by fire, and as soon as the wind blew, they immediately scattered. The air was filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura, and it made the space look slightly dim. It was quite strange. Such a creepy and extremely uncomfortable place made Laxa's and Kilda's expressions become extremely heavy. Kilda's even made an assertion. This is not a natural scene, but a man-made one. Laxa's nodded and said in a deep voice. Although I don't feel the aura of mana, the mana on Heavenly Wolf Island is in disorder. It is clearly caused by some mysterious power. In fact, in this world where mana prevailed, there were many strange places like this. Usually, they were caused by mana, and would not be treated so seriously by people like Laxas and Kildas. However, it was precisely because Laxas and Kildas were not ordinary people that they could feel the abnormality here. Normal mana would not be able to cause this abnormality. What the hell is going on? In another corner of the forest on Heavenly Wolf Island, Noah, who was heading towards Mavis Mausoleum, suddenly stopped and turned his head, looking into the distance. "Big brother Noah?" Wendy asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Noah did not reply. He only looked in that direction, and there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. The uneasiness that he felt not long ago rose in Noah's heart again. Noah did not know. In the direction that he was looking, a young man with short black hair, gray eyes, and black clothes with a long white cloth tied around his body walked slowly in the forest. His eyes were extremely dim, and there was no sign of life. After an unknown period of time, the young man who was walking slowly murmured, "When will I be able to die as I wish?" Chapter 11:28. Just as Celestial Wolf Island began to undergo some changes due to a small anomaly, a magic airship was slowly traveling in the sky far away from Celestial Wolf Island. If Noah were here, he would definitely recognize this magic airship. Because not long ago, this magic airship had openly barged in front of Noah and even almost barged into Magnolia. Inside such a magic airship, there was a vast hall. In the hall, 7 people were lined up in a row, facing forward. There was a throne there. A person sat on the throne. He was an old man wearing pitch-black armor with an eye patch over his right eye. His face and eyes were extremely fierce. Surprisingly, it was the guild leader of the strongest dark guild in the Baram Alliance, Grimoire Heart, Hades. As for the 7 people standing in a row in front of Hades, they were the 7 members of the Grimoire Heart, a group that no one in the underworld didn't know about. He had a head of disheveled golden hair, and his eyes were red, but they seemed to be made up of circles Zancalo. He looked like a goat and held a book in his hand Caprico. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and combed his hair back. It was easy to see that he was a young man who paid attention to his appearance. Lysiros. He was a fat man with a fat body, a double chin, and thick eyebrows. Cain. He had a short appearance and wore a wing-shaped earpiece next to his ear. Melty. He was dressed like a minority, and his skin was slightly dark Azuma. There was also a coquettish girl with waist-length black hair that was slightly purplish. A white hair clip was tied in between her hair, and she wore tight clothes that completely displayed her near-perfect figure. Urudia. They were known as the 7 Families of Purgatory, and were personally trained by Hades. Each of them was a 7 magic shooter. At this time, they all appeared in the hall of this magic airship. Leader Hades. The first to speak was Urudia. Eurulia raised the crystal ball in her hand above her head and said this sentence in a somewhat overjoyed manner. "We found Jerf." "Oh." Hades immediately reacted. He straightened his body and stared at Urudia. "You really found it?" "Yes." Eurulia smiled sweetly. "Just now, we did indeed capture Jerf's aura. That pure darkness is a power that no one other than Jerf can possess." "Really?" Hades's hand, which was resting on the throne, tightened little by little. A fierce light flashed through his eyes. "Finally found it, Jerf." It wasn't just Hades. Many of the Grimoire Heart sorcerers present, including Urudia, appeared to be rather happy. "We finally found him." Zancro laughed maniacally. "The world of great magic that we've been looking forward to can finally be realized." "Do you think it's that easy?" Caprico closed the book in his hand and said without changing his expression. "Even if we find Jerf, we have to make him acknowledge our ideals and change this world." "Change the world?" Lysiros pushed his glasses up slightly. He put one hand in front of him and the other hand in front of him as if he was performing a musical. "What beautiful words. I. Cain was trembling all over. His fat body even began to sweat. Also, I think so too," Melty interrupted Cain's speech and said expressionlessly. "That's what Cain wants to say. It doesn't matter to me." Azuma's resolute face was expressionless, but his eyes were bright. "As long as there's someone powerful who can satisfy me, that's enough. It's precisely because this world is full of useless weaklings that we need Jerf." We need the world of great magic, Urrutia said with pursed lips. Only a world with sorcerers who can use magic and no ordinary people who don't have power can give birth to someone powerful who can satisfy you, right? Most importantly, in the world of great magic, there's the demonic abyss that we're searching for. Hades narrowed his eyes. That's our goal. Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. But, President Hades, Urrutia suddenly changed the topic. As far as we know, Jerf's current location seems to be a little special. It would be strange if the location of the most vicious black sorcerer in history wasn't special. Hades wasn't surprised at all. Where is Jerf now? It's also a special place for the president, Urrutia said calmly. Jerf's current location is the Holy Land of Fairy Tale, Celestial Wolf Island. Celestial Wolf Island? Hades raised his eyes slightly. I see. It's indeed a very special place. I've heard that Fairy Tale is currently conducting the S-rank magic shooter advancement test on Heavenly Wolf Island. All the elites of the guild are gathered on the island. Urrutia's voice suddenly lowered, and her eyes became gloomy. That person is there as well. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall of the airship became heavy. Everyone present knew who the person Urrutia was talking about was. Not long ago, that person fought to a draw with Hades, whom the 7 families of purgatory worshipped as a god. Even Hades couldn't do anything to that person. When this matter was first known, almost no one here was willing to believe it. But after Hades himself tacitly acknowledged this matter, the 7 families of purgatory fell silent. In particular, Urrutia, who had personally witnessed the entire process of the earth-shattering battle between Noah and Hades, developed some reverence and fear for that person. That brat is also on Celestial Wolf Island? Hades's face was cold. Well, it's about time for me to get sick of watching Fairy Tale. A guild that doesn't even understand that the essence of magic is darkness, and still yearns for the complete opposite of light. Let's just let it become history together with that little brat. The moment he finished speaking, an extremely astonishing and sinister magic power continuously rose from Hades' body. Feeling that frightening magic power, the arch-shooters of the 7 families of purgatory all held their breaths. Then, they all reacted differently. A arch-shooter that even guild leader Hades can't do anything to. Zankalo clenched his fist, and traces of pitch-black flames flitted across it. I don't believe that kind of thing. No Adol. Azuma's eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit. I really hope to fight him. The others also had their own thoughts. Most of them were arrogant and unruly, and wanted to defeat Noah and prove their strength. Only Murdy lowered her head and remained silent. Cheer up, Murdy. Urrutia glanced at Murdy and sighed. You're our trump card to deal with that person. Only you can truly kill him, so don't forget your mission. Murdy's gaze fluctuated slightly, but soon returned to normal and spat out a sentence. I'll kill him, bang. Accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, a huge magic beast flew out like a kite with a broken string. After heavily smashing into a cliff, its head tilted and it fainted. Phew, Noah breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his fist, and laughed bitterly. This forest is still the same as before. There are magic beasts everywhere. Forget it, compared to the other teams that don't know their destination, we're already considered lucky. Hearing this, Wendy looked straight at Noah and did not look away. Noah asked doubtfully. What's wrong? That. Wendy hesitated for a moment and said. Brother Noah, is there something on your mind? Chapter 11:29. Wendy's words caused Noah to be slightly stunned at first. Then, he smiled slightly. Is it that obvious? Wendy nodded, her eyes never leaving Noah. Wendy was obviously very concerned about Noah's abnormality. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Noah did not do anything different from before, or acted differently from before. Generally speaking, it was impossible to tell if Noah had something on his mind just by looking at him. However, Wendy was able to tell. The same thing had happened to Mira and Lisanna. No matter how normal Noah acted, as long as Noah had something on his mind, his two delicate fiancés would be able to detect it immediately. According to Lisanna, this was the privilege of being his wife. There was no woman who would not be able to detect the abnormality of the man who shared a bed with her all day. Otherwise, why would most men who cheated on their wives be exposed in the end? This was the reason. This was what Lisanna said. Mira smiled but did not say anything. She had never explained why she could tell that Noah had something on his mind so easily. However, Noah knew that this was probably a little telepathic connection between a man and a woman who were in love with each other. In layman's terms, this was probably the so-called sixth sense of a woman. Wendy was able to detect Noah's abnormality probably because of her intuition as well. At least, that was what Noah thought. "Brother Noah, is there something bothering you?" Wendy carefully expressed her thoughts. "Can I help Brother Noah?" In other words, she wanted Noah to have a chat with Wendy. "There's nothing to hide." Noah pondered for a moment before he sighed. "Actually, I've been feeling a little uneasy since the beginning." "Restless?" Wendy blinked her eyes. Her expression was more or less a little confused. "What do you mean by that?" "It would be great if I knew." Noah patted Wendy's head and looked up at the sky. "It's just that I feel that something big is about to happen here." "Something big?" Wendy's expression was still confused, but she still spoke gently. "Maybe Brother Noah is just overthinking it." "I'd rather be the one overthinking it." Noah shook his head. "But I have a feeling that something big is going to happen here this time." This time, Wendy did not know what to say. Seeing Wendy's clumsy look of wanting to comfort Noah and make him feel better but not knowing what to say, Noah couldn't help but smile and pat Wendy's little head. "All right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Don't look so pitiful. People who don't know better might think that I don't want you." "Brother Noah." "Brother Noah would never do that," Wendy said. However, despite saying that, Wendy couldn't help but hold Noah's hand tightly. Tears began to accumulate in her adorable eyes as though she was a calf that was about to be sold in the market. It was really pitiful to see her like that. Such a cute appearance made Noah unable to help but pinch Wendy's cheek slightly. His doting feelings were clearly displayed. "I'm just joking." "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not nervous," Wendy weakly retorted. Seeing this, Noah shook his head with a smile. He let Wendy hold his hand and said, "All right, let's go." "All right, let's keep going. Otherwise, she'll definitely arrive before us." Lisanna had once followed Noah to Celestial Wolf Island. At that time, Noah and Lisanna had found Mavis Mausoleum under the guidance of the first president. Now, although 2 years had passed, Lisanna should not have forgotten the location of Mavis Mausoleum. If he didn't hurry over, that little girl would definitely be impatient and arrive before Noah. Then, she would use this opportunity to tease Noah. As for the others, they would not even know the location of Mavis Mausoleum. They would probably spend quite a bit of time wandering around Celestial Wolf Island, and might even be eliminated when the time limit was up. Thus, in this segment, Noah and Lisanna, who knew the location of Mavis Mausoleum, had a huge advantage that the others did not have. 6 hours was enough for Noah and Lisanna to arrive at the location of Mavis Mausoleum. Immediately, under Noah's lead, Wendy slowly moved towards the Celestial Wolf tree at the center of Celestial Wolf Island. It was a pity that Noah and Wendy's journey did not last long. Roughly 20 minutes later, when Noah cleanly dealt with another batch of magical beasts that had suddenly jumped out, a strange feeling appeared in the range of Noah's sensory ability. What kind of feeling was that? Noah could not explain it clearly. Noah only knew that when that feeling appeared in the range of his sensory ability, his body abruptly started to heat up, and his limbs started to involuntarily surge with power. Sensing this feeling, Noah's heart suddenly trembled. That was because this feeling was not unfamiliar to Noah. It was the premonition of the God-Slayer's body entering a state of battle when encountering a god. Sensing this, Noah's heart suddenly trembled, and his footsteps immediately came to a halt. Wendy, who was happily holding Noah's hand, also stopped, a question mark appearing in her head. Big brother Noah. Noah did not have the spare energy to pay attention to Wendy, and instead, turned his head abruptly, and spoke in a deep voice towards the direction of the nearby thicket. Who's there? Come out. As soon as his voice fell, the entire space was filled with an indescribable silence. Wendy sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and slightly hid behind Noah. Noah subconsciously protected Wendy behind him, and his gaze was fixed on the thicket in front of him. In the next second, a figure approached from afar, and with extremely clear footsteps and the sound of friction, slowly walked out of the thicket. It was a youth. He looked to be in his teens, and was quite young. Like Noah, he had a head of pure black short hair, and his entire appearance gave off a harmless feeling. However, it was precisely this harmless-looking youth that made Noah's body slightly tense. Because, the feeling that made Noah feel as if he had met a god, and his body automatically entered battle mode, came from the youth in front of him. If that feeling was a little stronger, then Noah's body would definitely enter battle mode in an instant. At that time, Noah could basically be sure that he had met the god that the God Slayer was destined to kill. However, although the youth in front of him made Noah's body instinctively feel as if he had met a god, Noah could be sure that he was definitely not a god. The reason was also stated, that feeling was too weak, and could only barely make Noah's body instinctively react, and was far from being able to enter battle mode. But even so, it was enough to make Noah pay attention. Even if the other party was not a real god, but to be able to make Noah's body react as if he had met a god, it was enough to prove that the other party was not simple. Under such circumstances, Noah stared at the youth and spoke indifferently. Who are you? The young man didn't say anything. Just like Noah, who was staring at him closely, he stared at Noah and opened his mouth. And who are you? Why do I feel that you are extremely dangerous? If those who knew the youth's true identity were to hear what he was saying to Noah, they would definitely be very shocked. Unfortunately, Noah was not clear about the youth's identity, and only knew that he was definitely not someone he knew. Answer my question first. Noah's tone began to carry some hostility. Why are you, who is not a member of our guild, in our guild's sacred land? Hearing this, the youth fell silent. I see. The youth's face was somewhat melancholy. Is this island managed by someone? Hearing this, Noah's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that this person did not come specifically for Celestial Wolf Island, and had accidentally entered? Just as Noah had such a thought, the youth's face suddenly changed, and he fiercely covered his head. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body. Chapter 1130. Ugh! The young man who suddenly appeared in front of Noah and Wendy bent down without any warning. His whole face became quite distorted, and he was sweating profusely. He seemed to be in extreme pain. No. No. The young man held his head like this, as if he was suppressing something. He groaned in pain and grief. Wait. I'll leave now. I'll leave now. Don't come out at this time. Please don't come out at this time. However, as the young man's pained and sorrowful voice echoed in the surroundings, something that seemed to be hidden in the young man's body seemed to ignore his will and crazily poured out, causing a terrifying aura to surge from the young man's body. Feeling the sudden surge of terrifying aura from the young man's body, Noah's pupils shrank, and in the next moment, his heart suddenly trembled. Oh no! Without any hesitation, Noah turned around and hugged the bewildered Wendy. Ah! At the same time, as if he was suppressing something in his body, the young man, who was holding his head with a face full of pain, suddenly let out a loud cry. Wang! Along with a strange trembling sound, a fog-like darkness surged out from the body of the youth who was screaming in pain. It was like the purest darkness, containing an extremely dense wave of death, a darkness that was so terrifying that it made people despair. The dense darkness, like a fog, surged crazily with the young man's body as the center. Then, like a pitch-black airflow, it revolved around the young man's body, and gradually formed a pitch-black protective shield. In the pure darkness, the young man screamed in pain, and his pair of extremely dim eyes suddenly turned into a strange red color. Immediately after, the dense darkness that constantly revolved around the young man's body suddenly exploded like a violent impact. Dong! In the blink of an eye, the terrifying darkness turned into a violent gust of wind that covered the entire surrounding space. At this moment, Noah just turned around and hugged Wendy in his arms. In other words, the whole change happened in less than a second. Thus, in order to protect Wendy, Noah's body was also covered by the thick darkness. Noah only had time to hug Wendy before everything in front of him turned into darkness, depriving Noah of his entire vision. At this moment, Noah felt as if his entire body had sunk into a bottomless swamp. Not only did his body become heavier bit by bit, but he also felt that the surrounding space had become extremely viscous, which was very uncomfortable. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Buzz! In Noah's heart, the outline of the stone plate that was connected to the 10 patterns suddenly trembled and emitted a shocking light. Naturally, only Noah was able to detect this phenomenon. It was precisely because he noticed this phenomenon that Noah's heart suddenly tightened. He finally understood something. Immediately, the violent storm-like dense darkness slowly receded from the space and gradually dissipated. Noah only felt that his entire body that had become incomparably heavy suddenly became light again. In the surrounding space, the extremely uncomfortable stickiness also suddenly receded, and everything returned to its original state. Thus, Noah quickly opened his eyes. Everything that entered his eyes made Noah stunned for a moment. In the range of Noah's vision, the forest that was previously full of vitality directly turned into a land of death. Whether it was the flowers, grass, trees, wood, or even the air, all of them seemed to have been sucked out of life and all of them withered. What is this? Wendy, who was completely unable to react at all, opened her eyes subconsciously in Noah's arms. Similarly, she also saw the surrounding scene of death and was stunned for a moment. Only the young man who caused all of this seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. He half knelt on the ground as if he had exhausted all his strength. While panting rapidly, he looked at Noah with an extremely incredulous expression. You didn't die." The young man couldn't help but be shocked. From the changes in the surroundings, it could be seen that the dense darkness that originated from the young man just now could suck out all of life and cause life to wither in an instant. And obviously, humans were also in the same category. An ordinary human, if deeply trapped in the dense darkness just now, would have all of his life force sucked out and become a dried corpse. Noah, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest. How could the young man not be shocked? But Noah did not seem to be surprised at all. Holding Wendy, he stared at the young man who was looking at him with an incredulous expression and said word by word. "You have the curse of God on your body." Yes. This young man had the curse of God on his body. Therefore, even if the young man was not God, he could still make the God Slayer, Noah, as if he had encountered a god. However, it was quite weak. Therefore, when the dense darkness erupted, the authority in Noah's body that was called the God-slaying power reacted. The reason was this. And the young man's expression suddenly changed after hearing Noah's words. The way he looked at Noah also changed. So that's how it is. The young man stared at Noah, shocked and calm as he said this. "Do you have the same thing on your body?" After saying this, the young man seemed to deny his own statement and shook his head slightly. "No, that's not right. The thing that exists in your body is not a curse, but it is the same as the curse in my body, the power of God." Hearing this, Noah slowly clenched his fist. Noah was not surprised that a human had the curse of God on their body. Because, in the God-Slayer world, Noah also encountered the same thing. What really made Noah feel incredulous was not the curse on the young man's body, but the fact that the curse came from God itself. What did this mean? It meant that in this world, there was also the existence of God. A human with the power of God, the young man muttered this sentence, and the way he looked at Noah changed again. If before, The young man's eyes were filled with disbelief and disbelief, then now, the young man's eyes were filled with pure joy. In fact, it could even be described as ecstatic. That's right, this will work, this will work. The young man stood up shakily, and stretched out a hand in the direction of Noah. His hand was still trembling, and he slowly walked in the direction of Noah as if he was crying tears of joy. If a human's power is unable to kill me who has the curse of God, then, with the power of God, you will definitely be able to kill me, you will definitely be able to. Seeing the young man crying tears of joy, Noah calmed down. Whether or not God existed in this world was no longer important. Anyway, it was not the first time Noah had seen God, and even killed God. Now, there was only one thing to be concerned about. You, who are you? This sentence caused the trembling young man to stop in his tracks, and his lips slowly opened. Just as the young man was about to say something, another accident happened. Boom! A huge flower of light suddenly exploded in the sky above Heavenly Wolf Island. It was so eye-catching that it would definitely attract the attention of everyone on Heavenly Wolf Island. Seeing this flower of light, Noah's expression finally changed. This was because that flower of light was the unique signal of the fairy tale. Once this signal appeared, it meant one thing. Enemy attack. Someone was about to attack Heavenly Wolf Island. Noah's ominous premonition came true. The young man raised his head and looked at the signal in the sky. Just as the young man raised his head, an impact exploded on the back of his head, causing him to groan and fall to the ground. Noah immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the back of the young man's collar. Seeing Noah suddenly knock the young man unconscious, Wendy was completely at a loss. However, now was not the time to be concerned about this. At such an important moment, they could not allow an unidentified person who carried the curse of God to wander around Heavenly Wolf Island. Carrying the young man, Noah shouted at Wendy without turning his head. Wendy! Let's go to the camp. Chapter 1131. Whoosh! In the vast and dense forest, there was a black shadow that ordinary people could not compare to. One could only faintly see a black line flashing through the forest at an extremely fast speed. It caused a faint sound of breaking through the air, reverberating throughout the entire space. The trees in the forest were quite dense. It could be said that even the furthest distance between two trees was only a short 2 to 3 meters. With the black shadow's speed, it could cover this 2 to 3 meter distance in the blink of an eye. Traversing through such a dense forest at such an astonishing speed? Then it would definitely knock into a tree trunk in an instant, right? However, it was as if the black shadow wanted to overturn this theory. Its body was like a stream of light. It was as if it had turned on a radar that had a comprehensive scan. It clearly knew the location of every tree. With extreme agility that even the spirit monkey could not match, it shuttled through the dense forest without any hesitation. During this period, the black shadow was not able to knock into a single tree. Moreover, it was carrying a petite and cute young girl in one hand, and a young boy in the other, but it was not affected at all. This degree of agility and dexterity was simply shocking. Gradually, the speed of the black shadow was like a gust of wind, bringing along a whistling sound as it swept up layers of fallen leaves on the ground. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot rapidly towards a certain direction in the forest. With such a speed, Wendy could not even open her eyes. She could only close her eyes tightly, her small hands tightly grabbing onto the clothes in front of Noah. Her entire delicate body was curled up in Noah's embrace, leaning all her weight on Noah's body, allowing Noah to carry her. With this speed, it would not take long for Noah to reach the camp of Fairy Tale on Heavenly Wolf Island, right? As long as there were no obstructions. Traversing through the dense forest, Noah's expression suddenly froze, and he abruptly halted his footsteps. Gee! The overly violent speed caused Noah's feet to rub against the ground as he suddenly came to a halt. He rubbed against the ground for a long distance, setting off a large amount of dust along the way. It was only after a while that he finally stopped. Wang! Almost at the same time, a series of tremors suddenly reverberated around Noah. It was the sound caused by the sudden appearance of fruit-like clusters of magic power in the air. Dazzling fruit-like clusters of mana appeared around Noah without any warning, completely surrounding him. Immediately after, those demonic energy light clusters suddenly blossomed with dazzling light. Bang! Accompanied by a neat roar, the magic power light clusters surrounding Noah suddenly exploded, setting off astonishing flames, setting off violent bursts of flames that spread in all directions like a wave of fire. Naturally, Noah, who was surrounded, was completely covered by it. The surrounding dense forest was also enveloped by the shocking explosion. In the blink of an eye, the corner of the dense forest turned into a sea of flames, causing the trees to burn. Even the ground was directly charred black in the shocking explosion. In such an explosion, except for Naz, the dragon slayer archmage who could even devour flames, basically no one could be unscathed, right? However, if one took a closer look, one would discover that at the center of the shocking explosion, a huge shield, which was like a city wall, was inlaid with flower petals like decorations in the middle, towering like an iron tower. In the next second, the huge shield slowly turned into a burst of light particles and disappeared into the sea of flames. Behind the shield, Noah carried Wendy, who had fainted due to the sudden impact, and lifted a young man in his hand. Then, he glared at the only tree that remained intact in the sea of flames ahead with a frighteningly cold gaze. Wang! In the next moment, a golden ripple fluctuated around Noah's body. Inside, an extremely luxurious spear suspended in the air, turning into a stream of light that blasted forward. Bang! The only intact tree in the sea of flames was shattered cleanly under the attack of the sharp spear. However, before that, a figure suddenly flashed out of the tree and retreated. After tapping the ground a few times with the tip of his foot, he stopped in a kneeling position. Have I been discovered? With such a sentence, the man who appeared from the tree raised his head, allowing a resolute face to enter Noah's vision. Sure enough, you're worthy of being the archmage valued by President Hades. I've tried my best to align my mana with the mana of the celestial Wolf Island, but in the end, I was still discovered the moment I launched the attack. What a keen sense. The words of the man who suddenly launched an attack on Noah did not conceal his admiration for Noah at all. However, that didn't matter to Noah at all. What really made Noah react was a name that appeared in the other party's words. Hades? Noah suddenly looked forward. The one who attacked the celestial Wolf Island is the Grimoire Heart. To be precise, it should be the vanguard of the Grimoire Heart. President Hades and the other officers have yet to arrive. The other party stood up and looked at Noah as he said so. Then, I am one of the officers of the Grimoire Heart, Azuma of the 7 Families of Purgatory. What's the purpose? Noah ignored Azuma's words and asked indifferently. What's the purpose of attacking the celestial Wolf Island? President Hades did indeed give 2 orders. Azuma did not hide anything, as if he was enjoying the confrontation with Noah, and said straightforwardly. One of them was to annihilate the fairy tale. The atmosphere in the sea of flames suddenly became oppressive. So that's how it is. Noah muttered as if he was talking to an invisible person. Just like how I've been thinking about how to get rid of the Grimoire Heart, you also want to get rid of the entire fairy tale, Hades. Azuma didn't know why, but when he heard Noah muttering to himself, he felt that something was wrong. However, Azuma ignored this anomaly. This was because at this moment, Azuma's heart was already burning with a fighting spirit that was more intense than any other emotion. President Hades and the other officers have yet to arrive at the celestial Wolf Island. Among the 7 families of Purgatory, I am the only one who has arrived at the celestial Wolf Island. Azuma looked straight at Noah, his eyes fluctuating with excitement. I heard that even President Hades couldn't do anything to you. This strength really makes me a little excited. Please be sure to show it in front of me. Before he could finish his sentence, Azuma's face suddenly froze. This was because in Azuma's heart, a sense of crisis suddenly shook violently for no reason, causing Azuma's heart to suddenly tighten. Without any hesitation, Azuma disregarded his image and rolled to the side on the ground. At this moment, golden ripples flashed out around Azuma's previous position, and under a neat vibration sound, they crazily spilled out one after another noble artifacts. Azuma dodged in time and fiercely collided with each other in the air. Dong! The powerful precious artifacts collided with each other, causing the violent impact to shake apart the sea of fire. At the same time, it also set off a shocking fire, causing an explosion that was not inferior to the previous one. The explosion was like a wave, spreading in all directions. Although Azuma did not care about his image and rolled away, avoiding the almost fatal direct attack, he was also affected by the shockwave of the explosive flames. He was directly blown away and hit a burning tree at the side. The flames burned Azuma's back, causing a burst of smoke to float from Azuma's back. Goo! Azuma suddenly let out a low groan. Chapter 1132. The intense pain from the burning flames on his back caused Azuma's face to distort slightly. The so-called 7 relatives of purgatory seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, they were still just humans. Therefore, under the burning of the flames, Azuma couldn't help but let out a low roar. Then, he clenched his teeth and used the force to bounce away from the burning tree. Annihilate the fairy tale. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. I'd like to see if you're qualified. As soon as the voice fell, a monstrous magic power suddenly swept out from the space, causing the flames in the forest that had turned into a sea of fire to suddenly become stagnant. While the magic power whistled like a gale, it swayed crazily. Such a terrifying amount of magic power was all gushing out from the body of a single person. Seeing that Noah was able to create such a scene just by using his magic power, Azuma's expression finally changed. Unfortunately, Noah did not give Azuma too much time to be shocked. Wang! Along with the sound of the vibration, golden ripples reverberated behind Noah, and a variety of noble artifacts such as swords, sabers, spears, halberds, and so on popped out from within, pointing directly at Azuma. Immediately, the various types of noble artifacts, such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and so on, were like laser beams, cutting through the space and shooting in Azuma's direction. Seeing that Noah did not even say a few words of courtesy and immediately attacked in a temperamental manner, a ruthless glint flashed across Azuma's eyes. With a furious roar, the demonic energy in his body surged out, gathering at Azuma's feet and transmitting to the ground. In the next moment, thick tree roots suddenly drilled out from the ground. They were like vines that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. They were also like pythons. With a spiral, they welcomed the treasured artifacts that covered the sky and covered the earth. Bang! The treasures turned into laser beams and landed directly on the thick roots that were spiraling toward them. They were like missiles that struck directly, igniting terrifying flames. The impact caused ripples to surge out violently, causing the ground to tremble and crack. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, causing Noah's robes to flutter as he carried the unconscious Wendy in his arms and another unconscious youth in his other hand. But compared to Noah, Azuma wasn't as confident. He staggered back 2 steps from the shockwave. This guy's strength is actually so terrifying. Azuma looked at Noah in astonishment, but then he showed an excited look because of the fighting spirit that surged in his heart. Very good. Sure enough, you have the strength that even President Hades can't deal with. The battle that I've been dreaming of has finally appeared. At that moment, Azuma licked his lips and stretched out a hand toward Noah's direction, rolling up a strong magical power. Yi Jijian. A whirlwind suddenly formed around Azuma, rolling up pieces of leaves. Those leaves were like sharp swords, spiraling along with the whirlwind. Then, like arrows, they shot toward Noah's direction. Looking at the incoming barrage of leaves, Noah's eyes were filled with coldness from beginning to end. He suddenly stomped his feet on the ground, causing the magical power that surged around him to flow into the ground like water. Bang! Suddenly, in front of Noah, the ground suddenly exploded. A huge magical light beam that was dozens of feet in size burst out like a volcanic eruption, directly impacting the leaves that had turned into sharp arrows. Chi. Without any suspense, in that huge magical light beam, the leaves that contained a lot of magical power were suddenly annihilated and disappeared without a trace amidst the sound of burning. Ha! Azuma roared. He clenched his hand, which was surging with magic power, and slammed it into the ground, causing the ground to burst open, and thick tree roots drilled out of it. This time, the thick tree roots twisted together in mid-air, turning into a huge fist that was entirely made of wood. Withstanding the fierce wind and waves of fire, in the whistling sound of the wind, it directly blasted toward Noah's direction. The huge fist covered Noah's entire body, blocking the flames from the surrounding sea of fire and the sunlight from the horizon, causing Noah to be shrouded in a huge shadow. However, in the face of such a huge blow, Noah just raised a hand with a cold face. Behind Noah, one of the many golden ripples suddenly expanded dozens of times, and a huge sword that was not inferior to the huge fist that covered the sky popped out. It rushed out and collided with the huge wooden fist. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying impact swept through the sea of fire like a storm, causing the burning trees in the sea of fire to fall radially, and the ground to crack inch by inch. The huge wooden fist was not purely made of wood, and it also contained an amazing amount of magical power. Under such circumstances, the fist made entirely of wood was even harder than rocks or even steel. A single strike from it could probably shatter a small hill. However, under the direct attack of the huge sword, the huge wooden fist was simply like an ordinary piece of wood, and was smashed into pieces that scattered in the surroundings. Boom! The huge sword's momentum did not diminish as it blasted into Azuma's position, smashing the ground to pieces. Azuma, on the other hand, rushed directly towards Noah before that. Noah raised his head and looked at Azuma, who was rushing towards him with a fierce face, as if he did not see anything. He did not intend to dodge, nor did he intend to evade. He just cast his gaze towards Azuma, who was getting closer and closer, with an indifferent face. This attitude made Azuma's heart go wild with alarm. Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out from behind Azuma. Hearing this sound, Azuma turned his head abruptly, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. A crimson spear shot out from a golden ripple that had appeared behind Azuma at some point in time. It tore through the air and shot towards Azuma. In addition to the bright color, the crimson spear did not have much momentum compared to the huge sword before. It was just like a bright red arrow, shooting towards Azuma. However, Azuma could feel it. On the crimson red spear, a rather fatal power quietly overflowed from it. Azuma's intuition told him that spear could not be avoided. No. It should be said that he absolutely could not avoid it. Once he dodged, he would definitely be pierced through by the scarlet spear. As a result, Azuma's hands and feet became ice cold in an instant. Of course, Azuma, whose hands and feet were ice cold, did not lose his rationality and reaction. While his expression changed sharply, the magical power in his body also surged out in an overwhelming manner. Great Tree Arc. Amidst Azuma's violent roar, thick tree roots suddenly burst out from the ground around Azuma. With a twist, Azuma's entire body was covered in them. Chi! At the same time, the crimson spear swept over violently. It finally vibrated with a strong magical aura, and the tip of the spear also gathered an astonishing amount of magical power, causing the red airflow to condense on it like a vortex. Gubalg Spear. As the real name of the noble artifact echoed in the space, the spear that was surging with magical aura suddenly fell on the thick tree roots that were soaring into the sky, and then suddenly, it exploded. Boom! At this moment, the entire world began to tremble from the rumbling sound. In the sea of fire, a terrifying explosion swept out, bringing with it an extremely terrifying wave of fire and fire. It gradually expanded, covering most of the corner of the forest, and continued to expand. Chapter 1133. The terrifying waves of fire continued to surge like an earth-shattering wave in every corner of the forest. Amidst the waves of fire that permeated every corner of the forest, numerous trees were incinerated in the blink of an eye, turning into nothingness. The ground had also completely transformed into pitch-black scorched earth. Not even a slightly larger rock remained, having been annihilated by the astonishing explosion. At the center of such a terrifying explosion, a huge crater slowly appeared in the sea of flames, directly exposing the entire rock stratum. A lot of seawater even flowed out along the cracks in the ground. It was as if a hole had been punched through the entire island, making one's scalp numb. There was only a small area that was still intact. That was Noah, who was holding Wendy in his arms and carrying the mysterious boy in his other hand. As for the center of the huge crater, the thick roots that were twisted together like vines had long been charred black, and like scattered ashes, they peeled off little by little, exposing Azuma inside. However, although he was protected by the thick roots that contained powerful magic power and were as hard as rocks or even steel, Azuma still seemed to have been burned all over his body. With a stagger, his knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Cough cough, a few mouthfuls of saliva mixed with blood were violently coughed out by Azuma's coughing. The blood drained from Azuma's resolute face. His slightly tanned face turned incomparably pale, and his expression was incomparably weak. Even so, Azuma still stared closely at Noah, murmuring absent-mindedly. So strong, really too strong. Azuma was the same as Wali, the kind of battle maniac who liked to fight with the strong. Therefore, when the grimoire heart was preparing to go to war with the fairy tale, Azuma, who was the first to arrive at the Heavenly Wolf Island, first went to find Noah. This was because the entire upper echelon of the grimoire heart knew that this grandson of Makarov had a powerful strength that could compete with Hades. For the belligerent Azuma, this was definitely an opponent that he yearned for even in his dreams. However, only now did Azuma know that he had underestimated Noah's strength. From the beginning to the end, Noah had been carrying a young girl in his arms and a young boy in his hands. While protecting these two people, he didn't even move an inch. In a short span of less than a minute, Azuma, one of the 7 families of purgatory, had been defeated so cleanly. It must be known that Azuma was not an ordinary member of the Grimoire Heart, but one of the 7 strongest high mages in the entire Grimoire Heart, excluding the president and the vice president. If he was placed in a regular guild, Azuma would definitely be an S-rank high mage. Even in the fairy tale, Azuma's strength was enough to rival Alusha and Mira. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep his life even after Noah released the true name of the Gi-Balg. Of course, being able to keep his life was also because the Gi-Balg was only a B+ rank noble phantasm. If Noah released the Excalibur, which was an A++ rank noble phantasm, Azuma would not even have a speck of dust left. But even so, the Gi-Balg was still an opposing noble phantasm. To be able to keep his life under the Gi-Balg of a B+ rank noble phantasm, it was enough to show Azuma's strength. If it was any other time, even if he was an opponent, Noah would frankly praise him. Unfortunately, Noah's heart was already filled with anger towards the high mage who repeatedly claimed to annihilate the grimoire heart of the fairy tale. Did you survive? At that moment, Noah suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Azuma in a cold voice. Very well, tell me, where is Hades now? As early as when Hades claimed to destroy the fairy tale, Noah had been thinking of ways to collect information about the grimoire heart. Now, under the leadership of Hades, the grimoire heart had come knocking on his door first. How could Noah bear this? So now, Noah only had one idea. They had to find Hades. Hearing Noah's cold voice, Azuma could clearly feel the hidden anger and murderous intent, which made him admire him. As the strongest dark guild among the 3 major dark guilds in the Baram Alliance, whether in the light world or the dark world, the grimoire heart was an existence feared. And as the president of the grimoire heart, Hades was the grim reaper in everyone's mind. Frankly speaking, even Azuma couldn't think of resisting Hades. Because of this, Azuma wanted to fight Noah, who had the same level of power as Hades. Now it seemed that Noah was not only on the same level as Azuma thought, but also on the same level as Hades. Noah simply wanted to kill Hades. So, how could Azuma not admire him? Just as Azuma was about to say something, he inadvertently glanced at the young man in Noah's hand. Looking at the unconscious young man in Noah's hand, Azuma was startled at first, then his eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. At this moment, Azuma's line of sight was completely taken away by the young man in Noah's hand, and he could no longer look away. His face was also shaken like never before. After a long while, Azuma spat out word by word. Joseph. The name that came out of Azuma's mouth made Noah's eyes shrink as well. Jerf. Noah naturally wouldn't forget this name. Not only because this name was the name of the most evil dark mage in the history of the magic world, but also because the Tower of Paradise that made Alusha suffer for the first half of her life had a lot to do with this dark mage. Even Jalal's life was ruined because of Gerald. He even died without a burial place, buried in the sea with the Paradise Tower. And just now, Azuma had called the boy in Noah's hand the name of the greatest villain in human history. Thinking of the curse that belonged to God and the darkness that could suck out all life, Noah couldn't help but turn his gaze to the unconscious youth in his hand. He is Jerf. When Noah's attention was diverted, Azuma reacted. It seems that it's not time for me to die here. Azuma made a prompt decision. We have to bring back the news that Jeffrey is in the hands of Fairy Tail. Therefore, Azuma rushed towards a burning tree and crashed into it. The scorching flames once again burned Azuma's body. Ah! Azuma let out a low scream. Noah was completely stunned. Azuma, on the other hand, gritted his teeth desperately, endured the pain, and hugged the tree without caring about the burning flames. In the next second, Azuma's body suddenly melted into the tree and disappeared. This guy was actually willing to go to such an extent in order to escape from Noah's hands. At this moment, Noah finally reacted. He closed his eyes and extended his sensing ability. Unfortunately, Azuma's aura had already disappeared without a trace. Noah slowly opened his eyes and looked at the forest in front of him that had turned into a sea of fire. He then looked at the youth in his hand and fell silent. Jerf. The dark mage who had existed 400 years ago and was still causing various effects in this world. Was such an existence really the harmless-looking youth in his hand? Chapter 1134. At a corner of Celestial Wolf Island, in the camp of Fairy Tail, a group of magic shooters from Fairy Tail had gathered together. Not only were there magic shooters from Fairy Tail, but there were also a few people who were clearly not from Fairy Tail. They were tied up and thrown outside the camp, and there was another guild's emblem embroidered on their clothes. It was the guild emblem of Grimoire Heart. With Noah as the leader, the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tail were all gathered in the tent, either sitting or standing. The atmosphere was more or less heavy. This is what happened. Lebby pointed at the people who were tied up outside the tent and said to everyone present. When Julian and I were looking for the mausoleum of the first president, Mavis, we coincidentally encountered these members of Grimoire Heart. If it weren't for Alusha and Mira rushing over in time, I'm afraid that Julian and I would have been defeated. We also felt that something was wrong and rushed over. Alusha continued Lebby's words. Then, we found that Lebby and Julian were in a difficult battle, so we took action together and took down these people. Then, we found out from these people that they were the vanguard of Grimoire Heart. They were sent to Celestial Wolf Island to be the vanguard. Mira said worriedly. According to them, most of the Grimoire Heart's troops are on their way to Celestial Wolf Island. That's why Alusa and I sent a signal. This was the reason why the signal flare of an enemy attack appeared. After knowing the whole story, everyone looked at each other and could see the anger in each other's eyes. President Precto. Makarov clenched his fist, his eyes full of anger. Do you really want to destroy Fairy Tail with your own hands that much? He is no longer the second president of Fairy Tail. Laxus hugged his arms and snorted coldly. Right now, he's just an enemy of our Fairy Tail, Hades of the Grimoire Heart. I don't care whether he is Hades or Precto. Naz slammed the table and said angrily. He actually hindered our S-rank magic shooter advancement exam, I will not forgive him. The one who felt the most empathy for Naz's words was Kana. In the corner, Katrina gripped her arm tightly and gritted her teeth. She glanced at Kildas with anger, regret, and unwillingness in her eyes. Undoubtedly, I came to participate in this exam with great determination, Kana. Lucy hugged Kana gently, her face full of sorrow. Now is not the time to talk about this. Gray looked at Makarov and said. What should we do now? Retreat? Gray's words made everyone present react differently. Don't joke around. Naz objected with all his might. Since the enemy has come to our door, why should we retreat? Many people nodded and agreed with Naz's words. Obviously, many of the people present had the idea of simply having a showdown with the Grimoire Heart right here and now. This was the fairy tale. They were hot-blooded and would never allow others to bully them. However, there were also calm people. If we plan to fight, then we must consider the strength of our side. Elisha looked around at everyone. The opponent is the strongest dark guild in Bahram's alliance. Not only is their influence huge, but they also have a powerful enemy that we can't ignore. As the guild leader, Hades' strength is above our guild leader. According to Noah, there are also 7 extremely powerful magic shooters called the 7 Families of Purgatory. Kildas narrowed his eyes. Didn't you already fight with one of the dark guilds in Bahram's alliance, the 6 demon generals, Oration cease? Those 7 magic shooters are all comparable to those guys, aren't they? Not only that, in addition to guild leader Hades, in Grimoire Heart, there is also a vice guild leader whose strength is above the 7 Families of Purgatory. Mira shook her head. The enemy's strength is unprecedentedly strong. If we plan to fight, then we must be fully prepared. If there is no chance of victory, retreating here is not a bad idea. Hearing the words of Elisha, Mira, and Kildas, some of the calmer people nodded in agreement. But. Wendy nervously raised her hand and expressed her opinion. We also have Brother Noah and 4 S-rank magic shooters, Brother Naz, Brother Gray, and Brother Gadjalu. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Well said. Wendy. Naz fiercely clenched his fists and shouted. We, Fairy Tale, will never lose to a guild like that. I believe so. This sentence made everyone's heart burn with a burning belief. That's right, the enemy was unprecedentedly strong. But how could Fairy Tale be weak? Not to mention that Makarov was one of the 10 most powerful magic shooters in the continent. Laxas and Kildas were also people who had the ability to become one of the 10 most powerful magic shooters. Even Elisha and Mira were not comparable to ordinary S-rank magic shooters. In addition to Noah, who had once forced Hades to retreat, and the rest of the frontline combatants like Naz and Gray, it could be simplified in one sentence, and that was what was there to be afraid of? In fact, this was also Noah's thought in his heart. Noah did not feel that Fairy Tale was weaker than Grimoire Heart at all. Moreover, the current Noah was no longer comparable to the previous Noah. Even if the 1-month adaptation period for Authority was not over, just that the Godslayer's curse resistance was enough to make Hades suffer. Not to mention, Noah still had a treasure trove that carried thousands of treasures that were enough to attack a city. Aster, who had a contract with him, had a curse resistance that was above Noah's, and could cut off all magic and curses. Therefore, Noah also stared at Makarov, and his voice was strong and powerful. Grandfather. Let's fight. If it was said that Naz's words made everyone's heart burn with a burning belief, then Noah's words made everyone's belief turn into a flame of struggle. And of course, the flame in Makarov's heart was no less than anyone else's. If you want to make a move against Fairy Tale, then you have to be prepared to be annihilated. Makarov stood up, and like a glaring King Kong, his short body rose with a terrifying aura like that of a giant. The war has begun. Little brats. Therefore, the flame in everyone's heart seemed to have been poured with a bucket of oil, and it was unprecedentedly high. Noah glanced at the young man lying in the other tent, and then looked at the sky outside with a glint in his eyes. If you're here for Jerf, then let today be the last day for you to pursue the so-called abyss of demons, Hades, Suddenly, a more terrifying aura than Makarov's flashed across Noah's body. In the sky not far from Heavenly Wolf Island, a pitch-black magic airship flew over. In the hall of the airship, Hades, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Heavenly Wolf Island through the glass window, and a dark emotion appeared in his fierce eyes. Let's begin, the battle between the fairy and the demon. Chapter 1135. Looking at the gradually approaching Heavenly Wolf Island, the archmages of the 7 families of Purgatory in the magic airship hall of the Grimoire Heart revealed fanatical expressions. With Hades as the leader, everyone here had the same goal. Jerf. He was the most vicious and evil dark mage in the history of the magical world. Not only was he the ancestor of dark magic, but he also had a great impact on the current world. For example, the so-called demon race was a race created by the black mage Jerf. For the past 400 years, stories of the devil race harming the human world had been circulating on the continent almost all the time. It was obvious how much harm this race had caused to humans. It was precisely because Jerf created such a race that he became the most vicious and evil dark mage. However, this was exactly what some crazy people were pursuing. Just like how there were people who believed in the devil race and people who yearned for the devil race, there was no more suitable belief and pursuit than dark mage Jerf. Therefore, to the people of the Grimoire Heart, Jerf was a godlike existence. Now that the existence that they had been pursuing for so many years was right in front of them, everyone was excited. Even Hades was excited. The essence of magic is darkness. It was because I understood this that I became a resident of darkness. Hades clenched one of his hands tightly, and a pitch-black magic power surged out of his body. Since the essence of magic is darkness, then as the ancestor of darkness, Jerf is undoubtedly the true leader of the abyss of demons. He is the one who grasps the supreme truth. That's why we need Jerf. Urutia's emotions seemed to be a little agitated. Let Jerf become the king of the world and create a world where only magic exists. Only humans who have mastered magic can survive. Ordinary humans will never be able to exist in this world of magic. That's our goal. For this, we'll do everything we can. Hades glanced at Urutia below. Urutia, is the news that Azumar sent back accurate? Azuma won't make a mistake in this kind of matter. The expression in Urutia's eyes changed slightly. I'm afraid that Jerf has really fallen into the hands of Fairy Tail. Is that so? Hades looked in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Island expressionlessly. You've given me another reason to destroy all of you. Fairy Tail. The group of Grimoire Heart sorcerers also more or less revealed some cruel emotions. At this moment, Meldy, who had been looking ahead in silence, was startled. She pointed to the front. What is that? Hearing Melty's words, everyone shifted their gaze to the Sirius Island outside the glass window of the airship. Everyone's eyes, including Hades's, narrowed. In the air above the celestial Wolf Island, in front of the path that the magic airship was traveling on, there was an ark that was made of dazzling gold, and its wings were made of emerald gems. It looked like a flying bird, and it was hovering in front of the magic airship. Everyone present, including Hades, could see it clearly. On that incredible ark, there was a person standing against the wind. Noah slowly raised his head and looked at the magic airship that was gradually approaching. On the ark named Vimanas, Noah's pitch-black and deep eyes exploded with a frightening expression. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Hades. This sentence was very soft. It was so soft that it was drowned out by the surrounding whistling wind as soon as it came out of Noah's mouth. However, on the magic airship, the group of Grimoire Heart sorcerers all heard it in disbelief. They heard this sentence that should not have been heard. Whoosh! In the next moment, accompanied by an extremely sharp sound, streaks of light that looked like meteors broke out without any warning. They cut through the sky and shot directly in the direction of the magic airship. Those streaks of light were sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and various other types of treasures. Bang, 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 bang. Along with a series of explosions, the relic artifacts that shot over directly exploded on the magic airship, stirring up a violent impact and setting off dense flames. Like missiles, the magic airship was riddled with holes in an instant. Ah! Many people on the magic airships cried out in shock. They suddenly lost their balance and started to sway left and right. Some of them even collapsed on the ground, shaking violently along with the magic airships that were hit. Oh! Is that the magic airship that appeared in the battle against the 6 demon generals? Oration cease. Only Hades remained seated on the throne with a calm expression. He didn't waver in the slightest as he looked at Noah, who was standing on the Vimanas, and suddenly smiled. Very good, little demon. I'll accept your greeting gift for the time being. After saying that, Hades immediately ordered. Urrutia. Yes. Urrutia tried her best to stabilize her body and raised the crystal ball in her hand. Arc of Time. A burst of strange magic suddenly reverberated from the crystal ball in Urrutia's hand, causing the crystal ball to light up and illuminate the entire magic airship. All of a sudden, the magic airship that was on the verge of crashing due to being hit by the missile-like noble phantasms suddenly paused. Its entire body turned into a burst of light and gathered together. Not long after, the magic airship, which was on the verge of crashing, returned to its original state and was in perfect condition. Seeing this scene, Noah knew who was behind it. Is it Urrutia again? Noah curled his lips and smiled. I'd like to see how many times you can recover. After saying that, Noah raised one hand. Hum. The space trembled, causing golden ripples to fluctuate around the Vimanas. They were like the muzzles of cannons, bursting out bursts of flashes. Then, various treasures, such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and other treasures, suddenly shot out from the golden ripples and turned into streams of light. Like bullets, they once again shrouded the direction of the magic airship. Oh no! Murdy cried out in alarm. Those strange weapons are flying over again. Humph! Hades's face was gloomy. Just as he was about to stand up, the situation outside suddenly changed. Just as the overwhelming noble artifacts were about to land on the magic airship, a sudden burst of violent magic power suddenly fell from the sky like an invisible shockwave. Under the inexplicable impact, the treasures seemed to be suppressed by something heavy. With a tremor, they all deviated from their trajectories and brushed against the bottom of the magic airship, landing in the air. Noah frowned slightly. Gravity. Gravity. Hades also discovered the source of the inexplicable impact. He seemed to have thought of something, and also seemed to have felt something as he spoke in a deep voice. Bruno, is that you? Just as his voice fell, an even heavier voice echoed from the depths of the hall. It's me. Following the sound of such a voice, a man slowly walked out from the depths of the hall. Seeing this man, the archmages of the 7 families of purgatory were all startled. Bruno? It's him. Not only Zanclo, Murdy, and the others, but even Eurulia could not hide her surprise. Only President Hades can suppress him. The vice president, who has always been forbidden from participating in the guild's activities because he's too dangerous, why is he here? Ignoring the shock of everyone present, the man named Bruno raised his eyes and stared at the golden arc suspended in midair. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes. That person seems to be flying. A heavy pressure surged from Bruno's body. Chapter 1136. Noah, who was standing on the Vimanas, squinted his eyes as he looked at the magic airship that had been restored to its original state. It seems that it's useless to simply destroy the airship. Saying this, Noah wanted to do something, but a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred again. Wang! The heavy pressure that caused Noah's noble phantasm to deviate from its path suddenly appeared again. Once again, it descended from the sky without any warning, abruptly landing on the entire Vimanas. Dong! As if there was an invisible mountain directly pressing down, the Vimanas that was suspended in midair suddenly shook under the extreme pressure of gravity. Its balance was directly broken, and it began to sway and fall to the ground. Even Noah couldn't help but feel the unprecedented pressure on his body, causing his entire body to become extremely heavy. Magic that controls gravity. Noah couldn't help but be speechless. Is it one of the so-called 7 families of purgatory? Or is it that mysterious vice president? Or is it Hades himself? Saying this, under the extreme gravity, Noah's body slowly emitted a ray of light. No. To be more precise, it should be said that a ray of light slowly emitted from Noah's back. Within the ray of light, a very delicate pair of wings that seemed to be made of pure blue light flashed on his back. Impressively, it was the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing. In the next moment, the delicate light wings spread open, and the entire surface of the wings flashed with a faint blue light. Divide, divine. When this voice reverberated from the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing, an invisible wave rippled out from the surface of the wings. Wherever the ripple-like wave passed, the gravity that was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the golden ark suddenly trembled, and at an extremely fast speed, it suddenly weakened by half. What? In the magic airship, Bruno, whose body was surging with heavy magic, was slightly surprised. However, at this time, a second voice sounded. Divide, divine. The invisible wave suddenly increased by more than 1-fold, causing the gravity acting on the golden ark to seem to be suppressed, and once again weakened by half. Divide, divine. And when another voice sounded from the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing, the gravity acting on the Vimanas was once again fiercely swallowed by half, leaving only a small portion that was unspeakably weak, allowing the Vimanas to once again regain its balance. The White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing, that was created with weapon refinement magic, had a huge restriction. Not only could only be used 5 times, it could only be used once every 10 seconds. However, it was already enough to deal with this kind of situation. Thus, under the weakened gravity, Vimanas, who had regained its balance, directly ignored that part of gravity. With a sudden jolt, it suddenly burst into the air, and with an extremely fast speed, it soared into the sky, and after drawing a perfect arc, it landed back on the ground. The group of Grimoire Heart magic shooters did not even have time to react, as the Vimanas that had drawn a perfect arc fell from the sky, and heavily crashed into the pitch-black magic airship. Bang! In the dull sound of the collision, the pitch-black magic airship was fiercely hit by the golden arc, and with the undiminished momentum of the Vimanas, it fell in the direction of the celestial Wolf Island like a meteorite. Dong! Suddenly, the golden arc and the pitch-black magic airship heavily crashed onto the beach at the edge of the celestial Wolf Island at the same time, raising an astonishing amount of sand and dust that enveloped the entire space, like a sandstorm that expanded outwards. However, if someone were to observe carefully, they would definitely be able to discover it. Just as the magic airship was about to hit the ground, the golden arc suddenly disappeared. Although the pitch-black magic airship did not avoid the fate of directly hitting the ground, before that, a few figures suddenly flashed out of the magic airship, and flashed in all directions. Thus, the magic airship that really hit the ground was the Grimoire Heart magic airship, and the magic artifact called Vimanas had disappeared without a trace before that. As for the Grimoire Heart magic airship, even if it fell to the ground, it still did not cause any injuries to the Grimoire Heart magic airship. With Hades as the leader, the group of the Grimoire Heart magic shooters all flew out of the magic airship that had fallen, and landed on the ground. Hades, who was standing at the head of the group, had a sullen expression on his face. He raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. There, a figure had already appeared there without anyone noticing. Looking at the figure, Hades straightened his body and spoke in a deep voice. "I haven't seen you for a few months, kid, your skills have improved." "You haven't improved at all, is it because you're old?" Facing Hades' gloomy gaze, Noah said indifferently. "Since you're already at the age of entering a coffin, you should have obediently let someone build a grave for you, instead of coming out to be a hindrance to us kids. How much do you not want to die?" Noah's unceremonious and ruthless words made Hades' face even gloomier, and also made the group of Grimoire Heart magic shooters tremble in fear. This was the first time they had seen someone who dared to speak to Hades in such a tone. Yet, the other party had the qualifications to make Hades speechless. "It seems that you've improved not only in your ability, but also in your ability to talk." Hades' face showed a ruthless expression. I wonder if you'll still be so eloquent when the demons have hunted all the fairies. Wait until the demons have hunted all the fairies. Noah looked at Hades sarcastically. You've really gotten old, can't you see the situation clearly? Then let me make you see the reality. After saying that, Noah raised a hand. At the same time, in the forest by the beach, a series of footsteps slowly sounded. The group of Grimoire Heart magic shooters turned their gazes in the direction of the forest, and then focused their gazes in unison. In the forest, with Makarov at the head, the magic shooters belonging to Fairy Tale all walked out, each of them with a cold expression on their faces. Seeing this scene, Hades narrowed his eyes. Makarov. Precto. No. Hades. Makarov took a step forward, his short body exploding with a terrifying aura as he stared at Hades. It's time to decide the victor. Following Makarov's words, Laxus at the side threw out a person in his hand, letting him roll in front of Hades. With Hades at the head, the group of Grimoire Heart magic shooters all lowered their heads and looked at the person who was rolling in front of them. When they saw the person's full appearance clearly, their pupils suddenly shrank. It was actually Azuma who had arrived at Celestial Wolf Island first. However, at this time, not only did Azuma's body have the injuries from the battle with Noah, but there were also traces of electricity. Sorry, this guy was sneaking around the Celestial Wolf tree, so I was a little heavy-handed. Laxus curled his lips at the demons whose expressions were changing. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? You think you can hunt the fairies by doing something to the Celestial Wolf tree? Noah laughed coldly. Unfortunately, you are the prey, demons. Chapter 1137. When he first met Azuma, Azuma had told him that the Grimoire Heart that attacked the Celestial Wolf Island was only the vanguard. Hades and the other 7 family members had yet to arrive at the Celestial Wolf Island. However, why was it that Azuma, one of the 7 family members of the Purgatory and also a member of the Corps, had arrived at the Celestial Wolf Island before the rest of the Corps members? At that time, Noah, who was filled with anger, did not think too much about this question. When he returned to the Fairy Tale camp and completely calmed down, he faintly sensed that something was wrong. Noah could be considered to have some understanding of the Celestial Wolf Island. When the Celestial Wolf Island was mentioned, he would definitely think of 3 special places. The first was the barrier that enveloped the entire Celestial Wolf Island. This barrier could render all probing magic ineffective, making it impossible for anyone to use magic to find the Celestial Wolf Island. Only Fairy Tale, who knew how to get to the Celestial Wolf Island, knew the location of the Celestial Wolf Island. The second was the mausoleum of the first guild leader, Mavis. In terms of form, the importance of this mausoleum to Fairy Tale was beyond doubt. And in terms of substance, Mavis' mausoleum sealed the 3 great spells of the Fairy Tale. It was impossible to say that it was not special. As for the last one, it was the Celestial Wolf Tree. That wasn't just a tree. Thinking back, when Noah first came to the Celestial Wolf Island, he faintly sensed the uniqueness of the Celestial Wolf Tree. This tree possessed inconceivable power. It could provide a certain degree of protection and buff to magic shooters with the guild emblem of Fairy Tale. Not only could it increase the magic power of magic shooters, but it could also guarantee that magic shooters with Fairy Tale would not receive fatal damage within the range of Sirius Island. It could be said that as long as the Celestial Wolf Tree was present, it would be difficult for high mages of Fairy Tale to die on the Celestial Wolf Island. As the former president of Fairy Tale, it was impossible for Hades to not know about this matter. Since the Grimoire Heart led by Hades wanted to attack the Celestial Wolf Island and annihilate the Fairy Tale, it was impossible for them not to think of a way to solve the problem of the Celestial Wolf Tree first. You sent this guy to Celestial Wolf Island in advance so that he could destroy the Celestial Wolf Tree and make Fairy Tale lose the protection of the Celestial Wolf Tree, right? Noah glanced at the gloomy Hades, his face full of sarcasm. Unfortunately, your calculations were very good, but you neglected the fact that this fellow seems to be a battle maniac. The moment he arrived at Heavenly Wolf Island, this fellow impatiently ran over to challenge me. In the end, he exposed his whereabouts, which made me recall the problem of the heavenly wolf tree. Then, just in case, I went up to the serious tree to wait for a while. Then, this guy really jumped out. Raxus raised one of his hands. There were some sparks of electricity on his hand. He's a good opponent, but he was seriously injured by Noah first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to take him down and still have to worry about the celestial wolf tree. Hearing Noah and Lax's words, the high mages of Grimoire Heart finally understood the current situation. Demons hunting fairies? That was indeed not right. The situation had been reversed. The fairies, who were supposed to be the prey, had the initiative in their hands and had completely turned the tables. However, turning the tables did not mean that they could definitely become the hunters. Even if the fairies were no longer the prey, the demons would not believe that they would become the prey and be at the mercy of others. You're quite capable, Makarov. You've indeed nurtured some good seedlings. Hades glanced at the entire fairy tale. However, you don't think that you can defeat us like this, do you? Hearing this, the group of Grimoire Heart's magic shooters also erupted with powerful auras. The crystal ball in Erudia's hand blossomed with light. Thick black flames ignited on Zanclo's body. Caprico, Lysiros, Cain, Murdy, and the rest of the high mages of the 7 families of Purgatory also erupted with astonishing magic power, causing the air to become heavy. In particular, Bruno's magic power surged from his body, causing the surrounding sand and dust to seem as though they had turned into iron particles. They poured onto the ground like a torrential downpour. Sensing the terror of the enemy, the group of fairy tale magic shooters also became solemn. Only Naz looked at Zanclo, whose entire body was burning with thick black flames. He clenched one of his hands into a fist and similarly erupted with a ball of scorching flames. Leave that black guy over there to me. None of you are allowed to make a move. Naz's words immediately dispelled the solemnity in everyone's hearts. In particular, Gray, who had been staring at Erudia, stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. You're called Erudia. What? Do you find it familiar? A flirtatious smile appeared on Erudia's face, but for some reason, a hint of hatred suddenly appeared in her eyes. Do you still want to ask me why I look exactly like your magic teacher, that woman named you? Are you? You. Gray clenched his fists tightly. You really are related to you, are you? Erudia fell silent and only looked at Gray with eyes full of hatred. This made Gray grit his teeth and take a deep breath. Leave that Erudia to me. Seeing that Naz and Gray had both found their opponents, the rest of the fairy tale members also stared at the rest of the Grimoire Heart members as if they were looking at prey. That gaze naturally infuriated the group of magic shooters, who thought that they were the hunters, even though they were the Devil's Heart. What an irritating gaze. Zanclo's entire body was burning with black flames as he laughed insolently. Can you kill them all? Can you all fly? Bruno asked in a low voice as he stared at the people of Fairy Tale. Fairies have wings. What will it be like when they fly? I'm really looking forward to it. Sensing the anger and murderous aura surging from Bruno, Zanclo, and the rest, Hades waved his hand expressionlessly. Do as you like. Torture these fairies however you want. This sentence completely ignited the tense atmosphere of the entire scene. Torture the fairies? Makarov abruptly raised his head and roared furiously. Do you think you can do it? As soon as his voice fell, Makarov's entire body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant that blotted out the sky. Come and try the attack of the fairies that you want to torture. Demons. In the next second, a huge fist brought with it the whistling of the wind. With an astonishing momentum, it fiercely descended from the sky and blasted towards the Grimoire Heart. Boom! Amidst the roar, the entire ground trembled under the direct impact of that huge fist, and it stirred up the sand and dust that filled the entire space. However, before that happened, the group of Grimoire Heart magic shooters scattered one after another, including Hades. However, just as Hades was about to leap up, a figure rushed toward him. Immediately, Noah's pitch-black, Deep eyes were imprinted into Hades's eyes, causing his expression to change. Whoosh! Amidst the whistling of the wind, a foot swept out and heavily kicked Hades' abdomen. Boom! With a muffled sound, Hades was sent flying in the direction of the forest. Chapter 1138. Shio! Amidst the sharp sound of air breaking, Hades, who had turned into an arrow leaving the bow, was sent flying backwards with extreme momentum, shooting straight into the forest. Bang 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 bang! Hades, who had turned into an arrow that left the bowstring, flew backward. Wherever he passed, the trees were broken one by one under the impact. The trees fell one after another amidst the waves of wood fragments that rose into the air. Shwa! After smashing through an unknown number of trees, Hades fiercely clenched his teeth and swung his hand. A chain made of pure magic power formed in his hand and shot out. The claw-like wedge at the front bit down on a huge rock. Immediately after, with a snap sound, the magic power chain straightened and abruptly stopped Hades, who was flying upside down. Hades stabilized his body and landed on the ground. Feeling the sharp pain from his abdomen and back, Hades' face became ugly. That brat, when did he have such a degree of physical ability? He still remembered that a few months ago, Noah's physical ability was not strong enough to send Hades flying so far with a kick and break so many trees in the process. After a few months, how could Noah's physical ability have become so terrifying? It must be some kind of magic that strengthens the physical ability, right? Hades could only think of it this way. In fact, in the last battle with Hades, Noah had indeed used the strengthening magic that could strengthen the physical ability. It was no wonder that Hades thought so. Then, Noah's voice slowly sounded from the front. You really haven't made any progress, but I can't blame you. After all, it's only been a few months. You've lived for so long. If you could become stronger in a few months, then you wouldn't need to play so many tricks. Saying such a sentence, Noah leisurely walked out from the front. His gaze was fixed on Hades as he spoke indifferently. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hades, in order to protect the guild and my companions from you, I had no choice but to leave Fairy Tale a few months ago to find a way to strengthen myself. Now, I'll let you prove to me just how much I've improved compared to a few months ago. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of phosphorescent air burst out from Noah's body. That was not magic power. It was divine power. Cold Steel Queen, the holy sword that slays demons and demons, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power. Since Hades was the second-generation leader of Fairy Tale, it was clear how long he had lived until now. Even Makarov was already more than 80 years old. Hades's age was at least 100 years. Although it was not impossible for him to live to this age, it was indeed strange that he could still be so lively. But no matter what, Hades had lived for so many years. In order to get close to Jerv, he had also been exploring the abyss of magic. Even the lost magic of the 7 families of purgatory was taught by him. How could he not be experienced and knowledgeable? Under such circumstances, Hades was surprised to find that the language Noah was chanting like a spell was a language that even he did not recognize. But that was to be expected. The spell Noah was chanting now was the Elvish language that existed in the sword dance of the elves' world. It was not the language of this world at all. In the spell written in the Elvish language, a dazzling light bloomed from Noah's body and gradually gathered on one of Noah's hands and formed in his hand. At the next moment, a sacred sword that was shimmering with silver light appeared in Noah's hand, surrounded by a series of light particles. Aster! Noah muttered to himself. It's time. Suddenly, a voice that only Noah could hear sounded in his heart. I am Master's sword. Everything will be as you wish. Thus, an astonishing light shone from the elven magic equipment called the Demon Slayer, illuminating the entire space. What? What is that? Feeling the power of the Demon Slayer, that was completely different from ordinary magical weapons and the phosphorescent aura that surged around Noah, Hades exclaimed in surprise. That is not a magical weapon. Moreover, that brat is not using magic. How is this possible? Ignoring Hades' shock, Noah's eyes flashed. His feet tightened and his body suddenly shot out like a bullet. In an instant, he appeared in front of Hades. Clang! The demon slayer, which was covered in a dazzling radiance, let out a sharp sword cry as it tore through the air. It mercilessly slashed down towards Hades in front of it. Under Noah's chop, the elvish device named Demon Slayer created an ear-piercing sonic boom in the air. That momentum and that speed caused Hades's pupils to shrink. He could only raise his hand and block the silver sacred sword that was slashing towards him. Clang! A burst of dense black light surged from Hades's hand. The color was so dense that it was leaning towards purple. It was like the big mouth of a crocodile. Amidst the vibrations of magic, it bit towards the silver holy sword that was slashing towards him. Like a viscous liquid, it heavily collided with the holy sword. Poochie! In the next moment, a clear tearing sound resounded. It was the sound of the demon slayer, which was shining with a brilliant white light, cleanly cutting the darkness that was trying to bite him in half. Wah! Hades was finally moved. As for the demon slayer that was still moving forward, it brought with it an intimidating light as it descended. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, a magical ripple of black and white spread out from the space, directly breaking the nearby trees in half and toppling them one after another, stirring up mud and debris all over the sky. At the center of the impact, Hades, who had always been calm, was finally in a sorry state. His whole body fell out of the impact and smashed onto the ground. After rolling a few times, he jumped up and knelt on one knee to stabilize his body. However, even so, Hades still did not hide his shock. He raised his head and stared at the demon slayer in Noah's hand. It actually cut through magic. Hades knew quite a lot of magic that could be used against magic. For example, the superior destruction magic, Crush, was a magic that could even shatter magic. Therefore, if there was a magic weapon that could cut through magic, Hades would not be surprised at all. However, the demon slayer in Noah's hand was clearly not a magic weapon. This was because Hades did not detect any magic at all. Interesting. At this moment, Hades's gaze towards the demon slayer became scorching hot. In this world, there is actually a weapon that is not a magic weapon and does not need magic to activate it to have such an effect. It can even cut through magic. Is it a power that existed before magic? Or is it a miracle that appeared in this world after magic? If I can study this power thoroughly, I may be able to understand the truth of this world and see the true abyss of magic. Hades raised his head and smiled at Noah's direction. So, little brat, give that weapon to me. After saying that, a terrifying burst of pitch-black mana surged out of Hades' body, turning into a terrifying aura that gradually rose. Facing such a reaction from Hades, Noah simply smiled abruptly. You want my aster? After saying this, Noah's body turned into a sharp arrow and shot out. Then come and try to steal it. Chapter 1139. Amidst the faint sound of something breaking through the air, Noah, who was holding the demon slayer, directly charged forward. It was as if he was standing on the same spot, leaving behind an afterimage. His real body, however, suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, shooting directly towards Hades. Absolute sword skill. Initial form purple lightning. The holy sword, which was blooming with a gorgeous radiance, was like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. It flashed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Hades. So fast. Hades only felt that Noah had suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, and his face was filled with shock. By the time he reacted, the tip of the holy sword was already infinitely enlarged in his eyes. This caused Hades' heart to tighten, and he hurriedly raised his arms. Clang! In the next moment, Noah, who had turned into a flash of lightning, fiercely crashed into Hades' body with a sound of metal clashing. Pang! Hades was sent flying by Noah's purple lightning. He knelt on one knee on the ground, rubbing against the ground, and using his knee and toes to plow a huge gully. Damn brat! Hades, who was still plowing on the ground, suddenly slammed his palm on the ground, and with a pang sound, he soared into the air. Then, with a flick of his hand, a pitch-black magic array that was tinged with purple appeared in front of him, and several magic chains shot out. If one were to carefully count the number of magic chains, there were at least several of them. Moreover, each magic chain seemed to be controlled by a person. They were like vipers, and from completely different angles, they drew arcs in the air and shot towards Noah at the same time. Seeing those viper-like magic chains shooting towards him, Noah only sneered. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. Without any hesitation, he lowered his body, and like a fierce beast, pounced forward. Absolute sword skill. Form 3, Shadow Moon Dance. Just when Noah's body was about to collide with those magic chains, the highest level elven equipment named Demon Slayer shone brightly and turned into a beautiful moonlight. After leaving an illusory moonlight mark in the air, it swept past those magic chains. There was no suspense. The Demon Slayer, which had turned into a ray of moonlight, cut the magic chains in half. Whoo! Accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, Noah cut off the magic chains one by one. His entire body rushed out and swept in Hades' direction. Even though his speed couldn't be compared to when he was using purple lightning, one could still only vaguely see an afterimage. Protect me. Darkness. Hades' face darkened as he suddenly spread out his hands. Waves of pitch-black demonic energy crazily surged out from his palms, turning into a dense darkness. Like a fog, it began to revolve around Hades' body. I can dance with magic. How can a mere brat who can't even see through the essence of the path of magic defeat my magic? Noah, who was rushing in Hades' direction, heard his opponent's low roar. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a mocking smile. Indeed, in terms of the realm of magic alone, in this world, I'm afraid that there is no human who can compare to you. Perhaps you have truly reached the realm closest to Jerf. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you the strongest human sorcerer. Saying such a sentence, the phosphorescent divine energy around Noah's body shook violently like a violent storm. Unfortunately, magic is still magic. In front of Aster, who has the highest level of curse resistance and can cut off all magic and curses, it's still not enough. After saying that, Noah's hand that was holding the Demon Slayer tightened. Divine energy continuously poured into the elven equipment, causing the holy sword that could even kill a demon king to flash with a blinding light. Absolute sword skill. Form 6 Shattered Fang. In an instant, a thunderous sword heavily pierced into the madly spinning darkness in front of Hades. Noah abruptly released his hand that was holding the sword and clenched his hand into a fist. He fiercely punched the hilt of the sword. The shining silver holy sword directly broke through the dense darkness and shot towards Hades like an arrow. Puchi. Like a laser that shot past Hades' ribs, blood splashed out from the side of Hades' ribs. His entire body was in a hurry to dodge, and he couldn't even stabilize his body. He was extremely embarrassed as he rolled on the ground, continuously rolling out. Hiya hiya. This time, Hades finally let out an angry roar. He fiercely supported himself with one hand on the ground and jumped up, reaching out his hand towards Noah's direction, accompanied by a trembling sound. Purple magic formations intertwined around Noah's surroundings, forming a mysterious pattern. They revolved around Noah's body layer by layer. At the same time, the hand that Hades stretched out exploded with a shocking amount of magic. 100 styles of Amaterasu. In the midst of Hades' angry roar, the magic formations that surrounded Noah and formed a mysterious pattern suddenly exploded. Dong! The shocking explosion was like a physical impact, crazily surging out in front of Hades. It set off layers of flames, stirring up layers of fire waves, covering Noah's entire body. However, almost at the same time, a cold voice reverberated from the center of the layers of flames and fire waves. You really don't know how to learn your lesson. Following the sound of that cold voice, the originally extremely violent and dense waves of flames suddenly stagnated, as if they were attracted by some invisible force, converging in one direction. Not long after, the dense flames and waves of flames all converged on a shining silver holy sword, causing the holy sword to explode with a terrifying amount of flames. What? Hades was shocked. However, at this moment, Noah, who did not have a trace of injury on his body, suddenly flashed in front of Hades with a terrifying amount of flames. A pair of deep black eyes met Hades's vision, flashing with a ruthless cold light. Absolute sword skill. Form 4 Flame Slash. Carrying a terrifying amount of flames, the demon slayer heavily slashed in the direction of Hades, whose expression changed greatly, in an incomparably beautiful trajectory. Pang! Compared to the previous explosion, with Noah and Hades as the epicenter, the entire scene was like a great disaster, causing the terrifying waves of flames and flames to transform into a storm, spreading in all directions. That terrifying storm of flames almost instantly spread to a distance of 100 meters, dyeing the entire space red, causing the air in this space to become extremely dry, and even slightly distorted and blurred. On the beach, some distance away from the battlefield between Noah and Hades, a group of magic shooters from the fairy tale and the grimoire heart, who were fiercely fighting each other, felt the tremors on the ground and the astonishing movements on the battlefield. Each and every one of them had a shocked expression. That's President Hades's Amaterasu 100 Styles, ? Holding the crystal ball in her hand, Urudia recognized the shocking explosion. From the looks of it, the battle doesn't seem to be over yet. President Hades has already used Amaterasu 100 Styles, yet he still hasn't won. Don't underestimate Noah too much. Gray's entire body emitted a fatal chill as he stared unwaveringly at Urudia. Since Noah was able to force Hades to retreat last time, then this time, Noah will definitely be able to defeat him. After all, he won't lose to an opponent he's already fought once. Naz, whose entire body was also surging with flames, grinned at Zenklo opposite him. This is the power of the opponent I've always wanted to defeat. Is that so? Zenklo's smile was no longer as arrogant as before, but full of anger. Before that, you'll have to die here first. If you can do it, then come and try. The flames on Naz's body surged even more fiercely. Come. I'm already burning. Chapter 1140. Who? The violent flame storm was still spreading throughout the entire space, causing more and more areas to be covered by the merciless waves of fire. In the blink of an eye, it created another sea of fire. In the center of the sea of fire, Noah, who was holding the demon slayer, tapped his toes on the ground. After retreating for a distance, he stopped and looked ahead. There, the violent flame storm was spreading to the surroundings, and at the same time, it seemed to be condensed together, rotating and intersecting. It was like a small sun, with some flames undulating on its outline. Even though there was a distance between them, Noah could still feel the temperature of the flame storm that was like a small sun. If an ordinary human went in, even if it was just for a moment, wouldn't he be directly turned into ashes? However, Noah didn't think that Hades would die so easily. Although, under the buff of the highest level elven equipment called the Demon Slayer and LV, for ability value, Noah's strength had completely surpassed Hades, and he didn't feel any pressure when dealing with Hades, but being able to deal with him didn't mean that he could kill him. With Hades' strength, if he died so easily, he wouldn't have lived for so many years. Facts proved that Noah's guess was indeed correct. The flame storm that was violently fluctuating and rolling like a small sun suddenly trembled without any warning, and issued a sharp buzzing sound. A heart-palpitating evil magic power surged out from the center of the flame storm. Noah Dole. In the next second, a voice that sounded like it came from hell slowly echoed from the surging evil magic power that gushed out from the ground. Very good, you are qualified to see the magic power that I have mastered. Let me show you what true darkness is, the true abyss. The frightening magic power that surged out from the flame storm suddenly shook, and the raging flame storm and the surrounding sea of fire were all dispersed. Immediately after, Hades's figure emerged from the pitch-black magic wave. Compared to the previous image of a calm god, the current Hades' appearance was undoubtedly much worse. The cloak on his body and the horned helmet on his head were twisted into fine fragments in the shocking explosion, causing his old grayish-white hair and beard to flutter in the wind, moving up and down. Various parts of his body had obvious and obscure scorch marks. His clothes were slightly tattered, and he looked as wretched as he could get. Obviously, in the previous shocking explosion, Hades wasn't completely unscathed. However, even so, Hades' body was still surging with magic power that was far more powerful, more terrifying, more profound and more dark than before. That magic power was at least 3 times more powerful than before. And this level of magic power was something that Noah had never felt until now. Feeling such astonishing magic power, Noah tightened his grip on the demon slayer in his hand, looked at Hades, and said word by word. "You were hiding your strength?" In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, the whole process had not even been 5 minutes. And from the beginning, Hades had been crushed by Noah, so it couldn't be said that he was hiding his strength. But don't forget, before this battle, Noah and Hades also had a battle a few months ago. At that time, Hades simply didn't have the strength to appear at this level. Therefore, Noah had such a sentence. Hiding his strength. Yes. In the battle a few months ago, Hades hid his strength. You should be proud, little brat. Hades raised his head and looked at Noah. The eye patch on one of his eyes had long disappeared, but it was still tightly closed, while the other eye stared at Noah and said, "Ever since I comprehended the essence of the demonic path, this is the first time I've been forced to release all my strength in battle. So, open your eyes wide and clearly see the domain that you would never be able to touch in the past." After saying this, Hades slowly opened one of his eyes that was tightly shut. Demon's eye, open. As the tightly closed eye opened bit by bit, an extremely terrifying dark magic power overflowed from Hades' body bit by bit. Seeing Hades' closed eye, even Noah couldn't help but have a change of expression. This was because Hades' eye was actually a strange blood red eye without a pupil. As soon as this strange blood red eye was released, the aura on Hades' entire body changed. If the previous Hades was dark, but at least he was still a human, then at this moment, Noah didn't feel even a trace of human aura from the terrifying magic power surging from Hades' body. Under such circumstances, Hades, whose entire body was fluctuating with terrifying ink-like magic power, had his hair all standing up like sharp needles. He put his hands together and made a strange hand seal. Black Mage Jerf's Book, Chapter 4, Paragraph 12, Forbidden Magic, Heaven's Executioner, Heaven's Punishment. Immediately, the terrifying magic power fluctuating around Hades spread out from his body like ripples, instantly reverberating in the entire space. Under the dark magic power fluctuations, strange tentacle-like undercurrents suddenly rose from the pieces of earth on the ground and slowly wriggled, gathering around Hades. Not long after, under Noah's focused gaze, with Hades as the center, huge ferocious monsters of different shapes that looked like they were condensed from pure darkness took shape one after another. When the ferocious monsters that seemed to be condensed from pure darkness appeared, the world seemed to have sunk into darkness all of a sudden, as though it had sunk into an abyss. It became sticky and dark. Noah's outstanding sensing ability informed him of this. The ferocious monsters all carried terrifying magic power. Each of them carried magic power that was almost comparable to that of the 10 great Saint Magi. Hades actually created nearly 10 monsters that were comparable to the 10 great Saint Magi with a wave of his hand. This is my strongest magic, the forbidden magic belonging to Chapter 4, Paragraph 12, of Black Mage Jerf's book. With the help of the resonance between my own magic power and the surrounding magic power, I can create virtual life from objects that contain magic power. I can even create demons from pieces of earth, and each of them has great power. Hades' voice also became extremely evil along with his appearance. Do you see that? Brat. As long as you can step into the abyss of the path of demons. Get close to Jerf. You can even create demons. You can even touch life. This is the true essence of the path of demons. To be able to die under this move. You can die without regrets, right? Ha 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 ha. This was Hades' trump card. This was Hades' true strength. Why was it that Noah undoubtedly forced Hades to retreat a few months ago, but Hades always looked as though he could defeat Noah? This was the reason. A few months ago, Hades did not show his true strength at all. At this moment, Hades finally released all of his mana and used his most powerful forbidden magic, creating nearly 10 demons that were as powerful as the 10 great holy magi. In the face of such a Hades, if it were Noah a few months ago, he would only end up defeated with a grievance. Unfortunately, Hades was destined to regret it for the rest of his life. He regretted not getting rid of Noah a few months ago. Die without regrets. The next moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the space. So that's how it is. If this is your strongest trump card, then you can die without regrets after defeating it. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's dark and deep eyes suddenly turned into a cold silver-white color, and they flashed with a crystal-like light. A strange fluctuation of magic power reverberated in the dark space like invisible ripples. Under the touch of the invisible magic power ripples, the demons that were comparable to the 10 great Saint Magi froze. Kacha, a strange sound was heard. Chapter 1141. Kacha. When such a voice resounded in the dark space that had turned into an abyss, the strange and terrifying atmosphere in the air suddenly froze. Hades, who was laughing maniacally, froze as well. Wang! Noah's eyes, which had suddenly turned into an icy silver-white color and were flickering with a crystal-like radiance, slowly lifted up. They trembled slightly and shot forward like a cold sharp sword, shrouding the demons whose strength was comparable to the 10 great Archmage Masters. As Noah raised his eyelids, the bodies of the demons that were gazed at by his ice-cold, silver-white eyes began to change. Kacha! Kacha kacha! Amidst the sounds of ice condensing, the devils whose bodies were pitch black gradually turned into an ice-cold steel color, and their bodies were slowly covered by steel. I magic! Hades shouted in shock. Impossible! How can my forbidden magic be affected by a mere eye magic? Eye magic. As the name suggested, it was a magic that existed through the projection of one's eyes or line of sight. This type of magic wasn't very rare. For example, in fairy tales thunder gods Order, Freed, Bixro, and Abagrin all had different types of eye magic. Therefore, although eye magic couldn't be said to be common, it wasn't rare either. The forbidden magic that Hades had was a powerful magic that could create devils, which was used by the legendary dark magus Jurv. Even Hades had to hide such a magic, and had always kept it as a trump card. How could it be affected by a mere eye magic? Unfortunately, Noah's icy smelt wasn't the eye magic of this world. As a result, those evil demons whose strength was comparable to the 10 great Grand Magi were slowly turned into statues of heavy steel under the effects of the icy smelting, and no longer made any movements. Then, Noah turned his gaze and looked at Hades. Hades suddenly felt one of his hands become ice-cold and heavy. Kacha! In the next moment, starting from his fingers, one of Hades' hands began to slowly turn into heavy steel. Wah! Hades' expression changed again and again, and he let out a deep roar. He mobilized all the magic in his body and gathered it in his hand that gradually turned into cold steel. Under the surge of magic, the tempering of Hades' arms slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye, until his entire arm almost turned into steel before it stopped. It should be said that he was worthy of being the person who had been pursuing the essence of the demon path for so many years. In the realm of magic, he could be said to be the person closest to Jurv, or even the abyss of the demon path. Even if he couldn't understand the true nature of Noah's icy smelt, he still found its weakness in an instant. There were only two ways to resist icy smelt. First, possess a special ability or physique, resistance, or resistance. For example, the curse resistance of the god Slayer was able to repel the power of the icy smelting. 2. Using pure strength to suppress the opponent. The introduction of this magic said that depending on the opponent's ability and strength, the tempering speed would be slowed down, or even completely ineffective. If the opponent's strength was far beyond Noah's, then even if Noah launched icy smelt, it would still be impossible to have any effect on the opponent. Hades naturally couldn't be stronger than Noah, or even by that much, so he could only use magic to suppress and slow down the tempering speed. However, Noah's icy smelt had another effect. That was, he could crush the part that was successfully tempered with a thought. Bang! Following the sound of an explosion, Hades' arm that had turned into cold steel directly exploded, and thick blood spurted out from the section that wasn't tempered. Ah! Hades let out a blood-curdling scream full of pain. However, Noah didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. While Hades was screaming in pain, his whole body shot out, flashed in front of Hades, and the demon slayer, in his hand fell. Poochie! With a clear tearing sound, Hades' other intact arm was separated from his body, and flew into the air amidst the sputtering blood. Ah! Hades screamed in pain, and the pain climbed to the extreme. Then, a foot suddenly kicked out and landed heavily on Hades' chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Hades, who had lost both his arms, flew out, and hit the trunk of a tree, slid down, and sat on the ground. The heavy injury caused Hades to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his white beard was dyed red. But even so, Hades still stared at Noah, and squeezed out 3 words with difficulty. Why? This was the biggest question in Hades' heart, and he was unwilling to accept it. Undoubtedly, a few months ago, without even opening the demon's eye and releasing all his magic power, and without using the strongest forbidden magic, divine punishment, Noah used all his skills in order to fight against him, and he almost died several times at Hades' hands. Now, only a few months had passed, and Hades, who had used all his strength in the truest sense, could not even last 10 seconds before being crippled by Noah. Why? Why did Noah become so terrifying in just a few months? The abyss of the demonic path that I've been pursuing for so many years can be surpassed in just a few months? Hades growled like an injured beast. Undoubtedly, Jerf is already in front of me, and I'm just a little bit away from getting him. Why did I fail? Why? Hearing this, Noah cast his gaze on Hades. His cold silver-white eyes slowly returned to the dark and deep color, and a trace of fluctuation flashed through them. After a moment of silence, Noah said, "Although it's a little strange for me to say this, and it might just be a joke to you, I still have to say it." After saying that, Noah lifted his foot and walked towards Hades. As he walked, he spoke. As he walked, he said, "Perhaps the essence of magic is darkness, and darkness is also the origin of the miracles in this world. However, as long as it's darkness, it's destined to be dispelled by light. Evil can't win over good. This is just an empty saying." Noah came in front of Hades and looked down at him. "But no matter what, it's always useful, isn't it?" Hades stood up in a daze. "As long as it's darkness, it's destined to be dispelled by light. Evil can't win over good." Indeed. If it was before this, Hades would have treated this as a joke. However, in this situation, there was nothing more convincing than these 2 sentences. When you chose to fall into darkness, you should have known that as darkness, there would be a day when it would be dispelled. Of course, there would also be times when light would be covered by darkness. In the end, light and darkness, who's stronger and who's weaker, who's real and who's fake, who's winning and losing, these are all relative. There has never been a definite and accurate answer. After finishing his sentence, Noah raised the holy sword in his hand high above his head. "What you need to know is that the devil's prank on the fairies ends here, Hades." After finishing his sentence, Noah's holy sword in his hand swung down. However, just as the glittering holy sword was about to land on Hades' body, an inexplicable magical light suddenly descended from midair. Noah's outstanding sensing ability allowed him to detect this change. His hand movements paused. Just as he was about to react, Hades, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly raised his head. Hades, who had lost both his hands, jumped up and charged towards Noah. Seeing this, Noah's eyes sharpened. He turned around and kicked Hades' abdomen. With a bang sound, Hades was once again sent flying backward. However, at this time, the magical light that descended from the sky flashed behind Noah and landed on Noah's body. Chapter 1142. Wang. When the light of magic fell from the sky onto Noah's body, Noah's whole body flashed with light. In the light, on one of Noah's wrists, a wristband-like pattern slowly appeared, flashing with a pink radiance. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice echoed from not far away. Feel the connection, success. Along with this voice, not far away, a figure appeared in front of Noah. It was a young girl. It was a petite girl who looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. She seemed to be around the same age as Wendy. She had short pink hair and a pair of wing-shaped earphones. She had a tender and cute face that was as cold as ice and was wearing a cloak. Seeing this young girl, Noah narrowed his eyes. Noah's memory wasn't bad to the point where he couldn't remember a person he had seen 10 minutes ago. He still remembered that in the Grimoire Heart's 7 families of purgatory, one of them was this young girl in front of him. And in the Grimoire Heart's 7 families of purgatory, all of them had learned the lost magic personally taught by Hades. In other words, just now, this 7 families of purgatory, belonging to the Grimoire Heart, used some kind of lost magic on Noah. Hades, who was sent flying by Noah's kick and heavily smashed into the ground, once again spitting out a mouthful of blood, actually laughed. Good job, Melty. Melty didn't answer, only silently walking in front of Noah, closely looking at Noah's face. Only when Melty came closer did Noah notice. On Melty's wrist, there was a pattern that was blooming with pink radiance. Intuition told Noah that this pattern wasn't just beautiful. Not knowing if she saw through Noah's thoughts, Melty, who was closely looking at Noah, slightly raised her eyes and spat out such a sentence. From this moment on, your life and mine are completely linked. Life link? Noah was slightly taken aback. What was the meaning of this? The one who answered Noah's question wasn't Melty but Hades. To be precise, it should be a sensory connection. Hades stood up with great difficulty, ignoring the fact that blood was still flowing out of his 2 severed arms. He stared at Noah with a ferocious look in his eyes. The feelings of the 2 people connected by this magic will be completely linked together, and the feelings of the 2 will be completely shared. Hades glanced at Melty. Including pain. After saying that, Hades' scarlet eyes burst out with a burst of bloody light. Bang! Suddenly, Melty seemed to have been hit by an attack that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. With a muffled sound, Melty was sent flying without any warning. He smashed into the ground and rolled a distance away. Seeing this, Noah's eyes flashed with a cold light. There was no longer any pity in his eyes when he looked at Hades. You actually attacked your own companion? Looking at Noah's piercing cold eyes, Hades couldn't help but take a step back. He endured the injuries on his body and forced a smile. I just wanted to prove it to you. Even if you don't want to show your weak side in front of me, you can't deceive yourself. Just now, the pain caused by my attack on Melty, you should have suffered all of it, right? Right, I'll tell you one more thing. Hades couldn't accept that he was afraid of Noah. He showed a fierce expression. Although this magic has no way to share the injuries of one party with the other, it can only connect the feelings of both parties. However, there is one exception. Exception? Noah suddenly smiled. Are you trying to say that death is the only exception? If one party dies, the other party connected by this magic will also die. Hearing this, the expression on Hades' face stiffened slightly. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Originally, Hades thought that after he attacked Melty, the reason why Noah didn't feel anything was just that he was forcefully holding on. But now, seeing Noah's calm expression and cold eyes, how could he feel any pain? Could it be that Noah wasn't forcefully holding on? Melty's sensory link was ineffective on Noah. When he thought of this possibility, Hades' heart sank. From the beginning, Hades planned to let Melty find an opportunity to perform a sensory link with Noah so that he could deal with this young existence who could compete with him without opening the demon's eye. To be honest, in Fairy Tale, Hades really didn't think highly of anyone. Even Makarov, one of the 10 Saint Archmages, couldn't withstand one move from Hades, let alone the other fairy tale archmages. The only one in Hades' eyes was Noah. Therefore, after meeting Noah in Magnolia and learning of Noah's ability, Hades, who wanted to annihilate Fairy Tale sooner or later, began to plan to let Melty use the sensory link to get rid of this variable. And now, Hades had been defeated in Noah's hands. If even Melty's magic was ineffective on Noah, then Hades would definitely die. Thinking of this, Hades' expression changed. Then, without any hesitation, he shouted in Melty's direction. "Kill yourself. Melty." These words made Noah's expression freeze. As for Melty, her eyes only slightly fluctuated a few times. Then, she got up from the ground and took out a dagger from her arms. This girl was actually prepared to carry out Hades' order. Swish! In the next moment, Melty did not hesitate to ruthlessly stab the dagger towards her own heart. Buzz! However, almost at the same time, a golden ripple suddenly fluctuated in the space around Melty. A chain popped out and wrapped around Melty's dagger, stopping the momentum of the dagger that was violently stabbing towards Melty's heart. Melty didn't even have time to react before a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. "Pa!" A crisp sound echoed in the air. That was not the sound of the dagger in Melty's hand being slapped away. It was Noah, who had suddenly appeared in front of Melty, who had slapped her on the tender face with the back of his hand. Feeling the pain from her cheek, Melty was completely stunned. She blankly raised her head and looked in Noah's direction. What entered Melty's eyes was a face that was clearly angry. Looking down at Melty, who was blankly staring at him, Noah could not hide the anger in his heart. What do you think life is?" As mentioned before, what Noah hated the most was the blasphemy of life for no reason. It was not that Noah hated to see fighting and killing. He was so compassionate that he believed that all lives in the world were equal and that everyone's life was precious. Noah had always thought that people who deserved to die should die. However, people who did not deserve to die should cherish their hard-won life. Noah did not know whether Melty was a person who deserved to die or not. However, there was no doubt that Hades was a person who deserved to die. "Giving your life to that damn guy is a tool to use?" Noah coldly snorted. "That may be your freedom, but please do it in a place that I can't see." After saying that, Noah turned his head. His gaze was like a deadly arrow, shooting directly in Hades' direction. This time, Noah's murderous intent were no longer concealed. "As for you, you have one more reason to die." Golden ripples fluctuated around Noah's body. Just as Hades felt a sense of crisis in his heart, a voice that was 1,000 times colder than Noah's suddenly sounded. "Yes, life is precious, but some people's lives should be erased as soon as possible." A thick darkness engulfed the entire area. Chapter 1143. The thick darkness came so abruptly. As a result, when everyone present reacted, the entire space was shrouded in a terrifying dark aura. Not only that, but the darkness that shrouded the entire space also gave off an indescribable pressure. It made Hades and Melty tremble, and fear appeared in their eyes. Even Hades, who was the closest to the essence of the demon Tao and the abyss of the demon Tao and had an unparalleled understanding of darkness, was no exception. Among everyone present, only Noah's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank slightly. He turned around abruptly and looked in a certain direction. Rustle! Almost as soon as Noah turned around, a strange sound slowly reverberated in the air. It was the sound of footsteps. Along with the sound of footsteps, a figure slowly walked into everyone's field of vision with barely audible footsteps. None of the people present, including Noah, could clearly see the full appearance of the person who was gradually approaching them. This was because there was a gust of dark magic swirling around this person like a gentle breeze. Waves of air rippled out and covered most of this person's appearance. However, as the person got closer, everyone gradually saw the rough appearance of this person. It was a young man. He had short black hair, was dressed in black clothes, and had a long white cloth tied around his body. Upon seeing this young man, Noah and Hades reacted at the same time. "It's you!" Noah exclaimed in surprise. "Ah! Ah!" Hades's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at the young man who was gradually approaching him. There was an unprecedented excitement on his aged face. That young man was the mysterious young man who was knocked unconscious by Noah and brought back to the camp with the curse of God. Of course, this young man also had a name. At least, that was what Azuma called him. Jerf. The most evil and ferocious dark mage in the history of the magical world. "How many years has it been?" The young man named Jeffrey lowered his head and said something that made people's hearts palpitate as he approached. "How many years has it been since I was as angry as I am today?" His voice slowly reverberated in the air, causing the dense darkness that was fluctuating around Jerf to become restless. As a result, the dense darkness that enveloped the entire space seemed to have expanded and become heavier. Clang! As if to contend against the rich darkness, the highest-level elven equipment in Noah's hand called Demon Slayer bloomed with bright white light, dispersing the surrounding darkness in an instant. In an instant, light and darkness each occupied half of the entire space and collided as though they were opposing each other. Of course, this was not Noah's doing, but the collision of the Demon Slayer. "Aster?" Noah was surprised. At this moment, Aster's voice sounded in Noah's mind. "Master, that person is very dangerous," Aster said. "I've only felt that kind of darkness from Solomon." Solomon. In the world of Sword Dance of the Elves, he was known as the Demon King and had once brought about a devastating disaster to the entire continent. His true form was a mass of resentment that had inherited the power of the Dark Elf King who controlled the elements of the world. However, he was unable to control the awakened power of the Dark Elf King and fell into a frenzy of resentment. In the past, such an existence that could destroy the world had died under the elven magic device that Aster had transformed into. That was why Aster was known as the Demon Slayer. It was precisely because of this that no one was more suitable than Aster to make such an evaluation. In other words, in Aster's opinion, this dark mage named Jerf was able to contend against the Demon King who had inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. Noah could more or less understand this fact without Aster's explanation. Even though he had never seen Lotus unleash the power of the Dark Elf King, even the dullest person would be able to sense the darkness that surged out from Jerv, let alone Noah, who had outstanding senses to begin with. Noah didn't know if Jerf was really powerful enough to contend against the Elven King who controlled the elements of the world. However, in the realm of darkness, the evilest and most ferocious dark mage in the history of the magic world was undoubtedly quite terrifying. Otherwise, Aster, who had once opposed the Demon King, wouldn't have provoked hostility and confrontation against Jerf without permission. Translator, Henyi translator, Henyi translator, Henyi Jeffrey raised his head in surprise. At this moment, everyone saw it. A pair of red eyes. Although those eyes weren't as red as Hades's demon eyes as though they would drip blood, they gave off the feeling that they were the eyes of a true demon. Jerf. Hades was so excited that he took a step forward in Jerf's direction. "It's really Jerf." Jeffrey's face turned cold after hearing Hades's words. "Do you really want to see me that much?" Jerf's cold words contained extreme anger that anyone could feel. "To the extent that you don't hesitate to bring about the end of this era?" Jerf's words stunned Noah and Hades at the same time. The end of an era? Hades looked at Jerf blankly with a confused expression. The end of an era? Noah frowned, and a sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. That uneasiness was exactly the same as the uneasiness that Noah had been feeling all this time. "It's the evil thoughts of people like you that attracted it." Jerf stared at Hades, his red eyes fluctuating with uncontrollable anger. "Everything is over. You must pay the price for your foolish actions." After saying that, Jerf extended a hand in Hades' direction. A fatal wave of death was gathering on that hand. Seeing this, how could everyone not understand the purpose of Jerf's sudden appearance here? It was just to punish Hades. Wait! Wait! Hades exclaimed in horror. I However, just as Hades opened his mouth, a long sword suddenly pierced through the air like a bullet fired from a gun. Psh! Amidst the crisp tearing sound, the long sword pierced through Hades's heart and came out of his back, flying into the distance. Hades's expression was completely frozen on his face, and there were no more changes. Maintaining this appearance, Hades was like a clockwork puppet. His neck was stiff as he lowered his head bit by bit. When the pierced heart was imprinted in his eyes, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Gradually, he lost all signs of life. The sudden change stunned Jerf as he looked in Noah's direction. Noah, who was surrounded by a golden ripple, didn't even look at the dead Hades. Instead, he met Jerf's gaze and said, "His life is mine." This sentence silenced Jerf. "Although I don't know who you are, you're definitely not an ordinary person. How great would it be if you could kill me?" The dense darkness around Jerf slowly dissipated, and his pair of eyes returned to their original pitch-black color, revealing a tinge of sadness. "But it's already here, and it's too late." After leaving this sentence, a black light surged from Jerf's body, and he disappeared. Noah couldn't care less about Jerf. This was because at this moment, Noah's heart was unprecedentedly restless. Noah's intuition told him that he had to hurry to everyone's side. Thinking of this, Noah immediately turned around. Just as Noah was about to leave, a voice stopped him. "Why?" Melody, who was covering one side of her face, stood up and looked straight at Noah. "Why did you save me?" Chapter 1144. Melty's words made Noah's body, which had just turned around, freeze. "You aren't affected by the sensory connection, right?" Melty stared at Noah's back and asked. "Since you aren't affected by the sensory connection, then even if I die, you won't die with me. Why did you save me?" Melty only realized that Noah wasn't affected by the sensory connection after Noah slapped her. Even after slapping Melty, Noah's expression didn't change at all. Logically speaking, Noah who shared the pain with Melty should also feel the pain from the slap. However, Noah didn't even frown. His face didn't even twitch. It didn't look like he was enduring the pain. In addition, Hades had just attacked Melty and Noah wasn't affected by the sensory connection either. This made Melty understand. Noah wasn't affected by the sensory connection at all. If that was the case, why did Noah save Melty? No matter how she looked at it, Noah didn't need to save Melty. Not to mention, from her standpoint, Melty was Noah's enemy. Why would he save an enemy's life? And it was her. Melty couldn't understand the reason behind it. In response, Noah didn't even turn around to face Melty. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Indeed, because of my physique, the sensory connection brought by your magic didn't affect my body. Even if our senses were connected through your magic, the magic effect wouldn't be transmitted to my body." "Then why did you save me?" Melty didn't give up and asked. "You don't have a reason to do that, do you?" "Reason?" Noah's voice carried a hint of laughter. "Only killing people needs a reason. Since when did saving people need a reason?" Melody was completely stunned by his words. Of course, this answer was just for show. The real reason was that Noah couldn't bear to see Melty let others play with her life and obediently obey. If Melty was willing to sacrifice her life for Hades, then it would be fine. However, Noah could feel that Melty was simply following orders, and didn't sincerely want to sacrifice her life for Hades. In other words, Melty was simply obeying orders, and took it for granted. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life. Treating life as a tool to obey orders. It was precisely because Noah could not tolerate this that he attacked in anger. I've said it before. If you want to use life as a tool, it's up to you. However, please do it in a place where I can't see you. If that's the case, I won't stop you. Noah turned his head and glanced at Melody, who was staring at him in a daze. But your life belongs to you, and you can't use it a second time. If you can, why don't you cherish it a little? After saying this, Noah no longer paid attention to Melty and rushed toward the beach. Melty had been watching Noah's back as he gradually disappeared into the distance. After Noah disappeared from Melty's sight, Melty muttered to herself, "That's right. Cherish my life." After engraving this sentence in her heart, Melty shook her head and suppressed all thoughts. She lifted her feet and walked in another direction. On the other side, Noah shuttled through the forest at his fastest speed and rushed toward the beach. After the all-out battle between Fairy Tale and Grimoire Heart broke out on the beach, Noah took Hades and forcibly changed the battlefield. After all, whether it was Noah or Hades, both of them had power that far exceeded that of the 10 great Saint Magi. Once they started fighting, even if it wasn't earth-shattering, it would still be enough to change the terrain. Under such circumstances, if Noah and Hades were to fight, the greatest possibility was that even the magic shooters of Fairy Tale, who were allies, would be affected. Once he considered this problem, Noah had no choice but to forcibly change the battlefield with Hades. Otherwise, once he needed to release the power of some powerful noble phantoms in the treasury, Noah would have to be restrained for fear of affecting his companions. Therefore, it was necessary to change the battlefield. Moreover, he needed to change the battlefield to a certain distance away. As a result, Noah was quite a distance away from the battlefield where the Fairy Tale and the Grimoire Heart were engaged in an all-out battle. Therefore, when Noah rushed to the beach at his fastest speed, it was already 5 minutes later. After leaping out of the forest and appearing on the beach, the first thing Noah saw was the messy beach. The beach was full of potholes, and it was unbearable to look at. On the beach, the originally thick layer of sand seemed to have been shaved off by at least a third, and exposed rock formations could be seen everywhere. On such a messy beach, a group of Fairy Tale magic shooters, more or less injured, were sitting together, grimacing in pain. Among them, Wendy had been running back and forth between the group, busily treating the injuries of the group of Fairy Tale magic shooters. Her small face was covered in sweat. As for the people from Grimoire Heart, they had long since disappeared. Perhaps sensing Noah's arrival, the group of Fairy Tale magic shooters turned their heads and looked in Noah's direction. "Brother Noah!" Lisanna and Wendy cried out in surprise. "Noah!" Lucy and Rebecca cried out at the same time. Even Myra's eyes lit up the moment she saw Noah, and then a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. The rest of the group looked at each other, and then gave Noah a thumbs up. Seeing this, Noah understood. In the battle between Fairy Tale and Grimoire Heart, Fairy Tale had obtained a complete victory. However, that was to be expected. In order to carry out the mission of perishing together with Noah, Melty found an opportunity to slip away not long after the battle began. The other members of the 7 families of Purgatory might be very strong, and each one of them could even contend with Alusha and Mira. The vice president, Bruno, was even more terrifying, and definitely had the strength of one of the 10 great Saint Magi. However, Fairy Tale still had Laxas and Kildas. In addition, Makarov was also present, and they also had the protection of the Sirius tree. No matter how difficult the battle was, Fairy Tale would win in the end. As for whether the 7 families of Purgatory were dead or alive, and what would happen after the battle, that was not something that Noah needed to care about. Noah only needed to get rid of Hades, and that would be enough. As for the rest, if they wanted to be fish that escaped the net, then let them be. Thinking of this, Noah breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, Noah's expression suddenly changed. This was because an extremely ruthless aura had suddenly appeared within the range of Noah's sensing ability. Following the appearance of that ruthless aura, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entire heavenly Wolf Island. Roar! In the next moment, a roar that shook the entire horizon resounded, turning into a sound wave. It was as if a substantial shock wave had spread to the entire heavenly Wolf Island. At this moment, the expressions of all the magic shooters on the scene completely changed. Everyone, including Noah, fiercely raised their heads and looked towards the horizon. In the distant cloud layer, a huge black shadow fell down violently. Chapter 1145. Roar! When that astonishing roar reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Wolf Island, the faces of all the magic shooters from Fairy Tale changed. It was as if their brains had been hit by an internal impact, or as if their eardrums had been hit by a terrifying shriek. All the magic shooters from Fairy Tale turned pale in an instant. They covered their ears and let out blood-curdling screams. Even Noah felt as if his entire body had been hit by something heavy from above. His shoulders sank, and his pitch-black eyes violently shook. His heart was also in turmoil. It was different from the rest of the magic shooters from Fairy Tale. In addition to being shaken by that roar, Noah's superb sensory ability allowed him to clearly feel a terrifying aura and magic power. It was like an ancient beast, like a demon from hell. It carried a terrifying and ruthless aura and an astonishing fiendish aura and magic power that far exceeded human imagination. Soon after, Noah, who was staring at the sky, saw it. In the distant clouds, a huge black shadow slowly descended. It was a dragon. It was a pitch-black black dragon with mysterious blue patterns all over its body. It had a pair of huge wings that resembled feathers. Its head was incomparably malevolent, and its body was incomparably huge. Its entire body carried an extremely frightening and ruthless aura. Such a black dragon slowly descended from the clouds. The air around its body was directly shaken by that terrifying pressure. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens, causing the entire Heavenly Wolf Island to be covered by that huge black shadow. Soon after, the black dragon's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. It raised its malevolent head, opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, and let out a resounding roar towards the Heavenly Wolf Island below. Roar! The terrifying roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth once again turned into a substantial sound wave. Like a shock wave, it shrouded the entire Heavenly Wolf Island, causing the sand on the beach to turn into a sandstorm that raged wildly. However, the group of Fairy Tale's magic shooters did not have the time to care about such a change. Everyone just stared blankly at the huge dragon descending from the sky. They had completely lost their ability to react. Especially Kilda's. His eyes were constantly trembling violently, and there was a strong sense of horror and fear in them. There was no other reason. It was because Kilda's knew this black dragon. Staring at that ferocious black dragon, Noah's expression gradually became dignified. Akinolia. Akinolia. This name was not unfamiliar in this world. In the historical records called Revelation, this name was the main character. It had once destroyed a huge country with its own strength, and was known as the enemy of mankind. It was the most ferocious and terrifying dragon in the legends. Kilda's was severely injured by such a dragon in the blink of an eye, and almost died, resulting in the failure of the century-old mission. Noah also found the information about the black dragon recorded in Revelation, under the guidance of his intuition after learning about the existence of the black dragon from Kilda's. Why would the legendary dragon of destruction, who had destroyed a huge country with its own strength, appear here? Why did it come here? Was this black dragon named Akinolia the cause of the end of the era that Jerf was talking about? These were not important. What was important was that Noah could clearly feel it. The terrifying pressure and violent aura of the huge dragon descending from the sky were all directed towards them. There was no doubt that Akinolia was not here to travel on Heavenly Wolf Island. It was here to destroy everything here. Noah's heart suddenly tightened, and he shouted at the group of Fairy Tale magic shooters in a louder voice than ever before. Everyone, get out of the way. However, it was too late to remind them at this time. The black dragon that slowly emerged from the clouds suddenly turned into a black shadow without any warning. Like a huge meteorite falling from the sky, it rubbed against the air, causing the air to set off red sparks due to the violent friction, and landed heavily on the beach of Heavenly Wolf Island. Boom! Accompanied by a violent boom, a terrifying shockwave suddenly spread out. It turned into a gale that was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the storm, wildly spreading in all directions. Under that frightening impact, the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale didn't even have time to react before they were all blown away by that frightening gale. In the center of the storm, Echinolia, who had smashed a huge hole in the ground, was roaring. Whoosh! In the next instant, the black dragon named Echinolia fiercely swung its huge tail, which seemed to be connected to a blade, causing a sharp trembling sound. The terrifying power contained in it actually caused some distortions to appear in the air. And that blow, which represented death, was thrown towards the fairy tale magic shooters that were blown away. If they were hit by this attack, those magic shooters who were sent flying backwards without any time to defend themselves would definitely lose their lives on the spot, wouldn't they? However, at this moment of extreme danger, a huge magic array suddenly appeared in front of the huge tail, rotating around it. Buzz! An astonishing amount of mana burst out from the magic array. In the blink of an eye, the huge magic array was shrouded in bursts of mana flames, setting off howling gales. They converged together, gradually condensed into a pillar, and then suddenly erupted. Soon after, from the huge magic array, a magic light pillar that seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and the earth streaked across the sky with a sharp whooshing sound, fiercely shooting towards Echinolia. Bang! The sky-piercing magic light beam collided with the giant tail, which was mixed with a terrifying force, and exploded with a loud bang. Even from 1,000 meters away, the sound of the violent explosion could still be faintly heard. At the moment of the explosion, a shockwave spread out in all directions, shaking Echinolia and forcing him to take 2 steps back with a heavy thump sound. Yes. 2 steps. That magic light beam, which was enough to evaporate a building in an instant, actually only made Echinolia take 2 steps back. However, the moment Echinolia retreated, from the side of Echinolia's enormous body, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Absolute sword skill. Primary form purple lightning. Flickering with a gorgeous radiance, the demon slayer was like a bolt of lightning, heavily stabbing into Echinolia's abdomen. And then, something that even Noah was surprised happened. Clang! The highest grade elven equipment named Demon Slayer heavily pierced into Echinolia's body. Instead, the sound of metal clashing resounded, as sparks flew from the friction against his body that was filled with mysterious patterns. Aster couldn't even pierce through Echinolia's scales. Roar! Stopping his retreat, Echinolia raised his head and roared. A huge malevolent claw suddenly lifted, streaking across the air, and in a sharp explosion, fiercely smashed into Noah's body. Bang! A muffled sound that shook one's eardrums resounded. Noah's whole body was like a ball, sent flying by Echinolia. The huge force from his body made Noah cough up a mouthful of blood, then he fiercely flipped over and landed on the ground. His feet rubbed against the ground, and he slid a considerable distance before stopping. Looking up at the ferocious dragon roaring towards the sky, Noah felt bursts of pain coming from his body, and the way he looked at Echinolia had completely changed. Chapter 1146. How long has it been? How long has it been since Noah was injured? Since the battle with the infinite dragon god Orpheus in the world of Demon High School, Noah has never been injured again. After a few months, Noah finally felt the pain of a battle again. Judging from the fact that it was able to injure Noah, the strength of the dark dragon named Echinolia could be seen at a glance. It must be known that Noah not only has a LV4 level, but also reached the S stage, durability, blessing. His body's ability to withstand attacks has reached the level of steel, and there is also the sword's blessing to weaken physical attacks. Even so, Echinolia's claw managed to injure Noah. Even if the injury is not serious, one can still see Echinolia's power. The power of this black dragon, who destroyed a huge country by himself in Revelation, was definitely comparable to the 5 dragon kings in Demon High School. Even more, it is very likely that there is a hidden power that can reach the level of a sky dragon. Roar! At this time, Echinolia issued a loud roar in the direction of Noah, and the roar turned into an invisible shock wave that burst out. Seeing this scene, Noah understood. Echinolia did not have the intention to fight with him seriously. Otherwise, Kieran's attack on Noah would not be as simple as a puff. Seeing this, Noah's eyes flashed with a cold light. Wang! In the vibration of the space, a golden ripple fluctuated in the space around Noah, and a variety of swords, spears, halberds, and other treasures popped out. They directly shot out like a sharp needle that pierced a balloon, and the invisible shock wave fiercely pierced through. Then, the noble artifacts continued to move towards Aeconarolia without any reduction in power. Whoosh! The huge dragon tail behind Aeconarolia once again flashed through the space, fiercely whipping forward, and heavily collided with the rain of treasures. However, the result of those needles being swept away by Aeconarolia's tail did not happen. After all, previously, Noah's demon slayer was not able to cut through Aeconarolia's scales, right? However, this time, the precious artifacts that shot over easily pierced through the scales on Aeconarolia's tail. Amidst tearing sounds, wounds were left on Aeconarolia's tail one after another, causing blood to spurt out. Roar! The pain from the tail made Aeconarolia roar towards the sky. There was finally real anger in its voice. It was apparent that the famous evil dragon was finally enraged and became serious after getting injured in the battle with Noah with a playful attitude. Seeing this scene, Noah raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, only treasures with the Dragon Slayer attribute that can cause great damage to dragon-type creatures are effective against that dragon. Muttering such a sentence, Noah silently said in his heart, "Aster, you should take a break for now." "Yes, Master." Aster let out a slightly unwilling voice, but he still obeyed obediently. Thus, amidst a burst of light particles, the elven device named Demon Slayer turned into a small sword and was pinned back to Noah's waist by Noah. The unlimited energy source in Noah's body could be converted according to Noah's will between magic power, and divine power. After Noah gradually familiarized himself with the conversion, he discovered that he could also convert the energy in the energy source into 2 or even 3 types of energy of equal value. In other words, when using 2 types of energy, for example, when using magic power and divine power at the same time, Noah's magic power and divine power would each occupy half of the energy source. In such a situation, although Noah's energy was unlimited, the limited output was also reduced to half at the same time, causing the power of the attack to be reduced to half. If the energy source was completely converted into divine power, then the power of the Demon Slayer might be able to cut open the black dragon's scales, right? However, to deal with dragon-type creatures, a treasure with the Dragon Slayer attribute was still the most suitable. Immediately, Noah converted the divine power in the energy source into magic power, allowing the energy source to be completely converted into a source of magic power. Wang! Suddenly, in the space around Noah, golden ripples continuously fluctuated under the support of the boundless magic power. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire space around Noah, numbering in the hundreds. In the next second, hundreds of treasures emerged from the hundreds of golden ripples. Like arrows released from a bow, they pierced through the sky like beams of light, shooting towards Aeconaroglia. Roar! Aeconarolia's roar reverberated, but it no longer met force with force against the treasures with the dragon kill attribute. With a flap of the wings on its back, its huge body suddenly floated into the air and flew into the sky. It caused the treasures that were shooting over to directly cut through the air, landing in the air and disappearing from sight. Wang! However, almost at the same time, in the sky, around Aeconaroglia's body, golden ripples fluctuated one after another, surrounding it. From within, silver chains flowing with golden light abruptly shot out. Amidst the crisp sounds of chains colliding, they revolved around Aeconarolia's body. Finally, they bound the entire body of the huge black dragon and hung it in the air. Roar! Aeconaroglia let out an angry roar, its body fiercely struggling. Kacha! Kacha kacha! In an instant, under the struggle of the huge dragon body, the chains binding Aeconarolia issued cracking sounds. That was only natural. The Enkidu relic was one of the few godly armaments that could only be used against godly beings. Only when it was used against godly beings would it have an unparalleled binding power. For a huge black dragon like Aeconaroglia who possessed terrifying strength, it was only a slightly harder chain that could be torn apart with a casual struggle. In a short while, with Aeconaroglia's strength, it would definitely be able to break the Enkidu. However, this was exactly what Noah wanted. Amidst the faint sound of something breaking through the air, Noah's figure violently swept towards the horizon, flashing above Akonaraglia's back. In his hand, a large sword with a metallic luster, the sword body flickered with silver light, and the tip of the hilt was inlaid with blue gems. It blossomed with resplendent twilight sword chi, illuminating the entire sky. Roar! At this moment, Akonaraglia truly felt a trace of threat. Looking at the furious Akonaraglia below, Noah's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Fantasy Greatsword, Demonic Fall, Ba Meng. The true name of the greatsword blossomed with resplendent twilight sword chi, following Noah's release, suddenly expanded to the pinnacle. Clang! Soon after, amidst a sword cry that resounded through the air, the soaring twilight sword chi, under Noah's wave, turned into a crescent that fell from the sky, heavily falling on Akonaraglia's back like a crescent moon. Rumble! Amidst a thunderous explosion, terrifying energy ripples erupted in midair, sweeping out. Bang, 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 bang. In the forest below, under the influence of the energy ripples, the trees all burst apart amidst muffled explosions. Bang, 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 bang. Some towering peaks also burst apart and collapsed under the influence of the energy ripples, bringing along countless boulders that rumbled down from the peaks. The terrifying energy ripples naturally enveloped Akonaralia, causing the entire horizon to tremble as the energy ripples spread, emitting a sharp wail like a mournful wail. That scene was simply like a moon exploding in the sky, extremely shocking. Roar! Within the energy ripples, Akonaraglia's roar finally carried pain. Chapter 1147. Wang! The violent energy ripples and shockwaves were still shaking the entire sky above Sky Wolf Island, causing the entire sea around Sky Wolf Island to be affected. With Sky Wolf Island as the center, a layer of waves surged in all directions. Under the powerful impact, Noah had already spread out the wings on Hermes' boots. His whole body rode the terrifying waves and lightly retreated. In his hand, the dusk sword aura on the great sword began to slowly dissipate. Fantasy Greatsword, Demon's Fall, Ba Meng. Perhaps many people did not know this name. However, if the name of the owner of this noble artifact was mentioned, then many people would know the origin of this noble artifact. Siegfried. Also known as Siegfried. In a German narrative poem, in Norse mythology's Song of the Nibelungen, he appeared as a hero who slayed dragons. In the world of the God Slayer, Tony's power of protection of steel was usurped from such a character. As a dragon slayer hero, Siegfried's reputation and mythical deeds were not below Perseus. And the holy sword used by such a dragon slayer hero to achieve the great feat of slaying dragons was the fantasy greatsword, Demon's Fall, Ba Meng. Of course, this dragon slayer holy sword had the highest level of attributes against dragons. Even if it was a person with the blood of dragons, it could still cause great additional damage. As a dragon slayer holy sword, the fantasy greatsword, Demon's Fall, Ba Meng, level was also as high as A+, and it was an anti-army noble artifact. In Noah's treasure vault, even if it could not be said that there were countless noble artifacts of higher level than this one, there were definitely not a few. However, in terms of lethality against dragons, there was almost no noble artifact that could truly surpass the fantasy greatsword, Demon's Fall, Ba Meng. Therefore, Noah took it out. Tightly holding this extremely famous noble artifact, Noah tried his best to stabilize his body in the impact of the waves and energy ripples. His gaze was fixed on the center of the impact. There, the shadow of the black dragon named Akonalia was constantly swaying. Roar! At this moment, Noah could clearly hear that Akonaraglia's roars were filled with pain that had never been there before, as well as unprecedented fury. Then, the black shadow at the center of the impact suddenly spread out a pair of wings. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the terrifying energy ripples and shockwaves were dispersed by a pair of wings that suddenly spread open. Exposed in the air, Akonaralia raised its ferocious dragon head and roared furiously in Noah's direction. The deafening roar turned into a substantial shockwave, causing Noah's robe to flutter in the wind. Facing the roaring sound waves, Noah looked at the incomparably furious Aeconarolia, and a deep uneasiness began to emerge in his heart. Right at this time, Aeconarolia abruptly stopped its furious roar, flapped its wings, and suddenly flew into the sky, stopping in the distant sky. Soon after, Aeconarolia slowly opened its dragon mouth filled with sharp teeth, and raised its head. Wang! Instantly, with Aeconarolia's slowly opening mouth as the center, a gust of airflow appeared in the surrounding space without any premonition. It was mixed with an extremely terrifying magical power that frantically gathered in Aeconarolia's wide-open mouth. The dense airflow and extremely terrifying magic power that converged in Aeconarolia's huge mouth spun like a whirlpool. Finally, it flickered with dazzling light and condensed into a light wave, like a dragon pearl, that was held in Aeconarolia's mouth. Seeing this scene, Noah's expression finally changed. Moreover, it was a drastic change. Only at this time did Noah remember something. From beginning to end, Aeconaroglia had not used magic even once. In other words, Aeconaroglia had not used its full strength. At this moment, Aeconaroglia finally used its full strength in the truest sense. The sudden gathering of magic power in its mouth was exactly the same as when Naz, Gajalu, Wendy, and Laxus used roar. And judging from the terrifying magic power that the other party had gathered, the Black Dragon's roar was most likely more terrifying than any magic that Noah had seen before. Noah believed that when the Black Dragon's roar descended, not to mention him, even the entire Heavenly Wolf Island would be completely destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Noah suddenly turned his head and looked at the Heavenly Wolf Island below. On the Heavenly Wolf Island, his companions who had been blown away by the shockwave caused by Aeconaroglia's fall were lying in a disorderly manner, unconscious. If Noah chose to avoid it, then his companions would turn into the dust of history along with the Heavenly Wolf Island. In other words, I have to go all out, right? The expression in Noah's eyes changed. Finally, he took a deep breath, raised his head, and calmly looked at Aeconaroglia, who was gathering terrifying magic power. Then let's see how far I can go now. After saying that, the fantasy greatsword, Demon's Fall, Balmung, in Noah's hand turned into a burst of light particles and returned to the treasury. Then, a golden ripple fluctuated around Noah's body. Inside, a precious artifact slowly emerged. It was a sword. The body of the sword was cylindrical. The cylindrical body of the sword was black and covered with red veined patterns. The sword hilt was golden, and the sword guard was also golden. However, it looked like 3 pieces of silkworm cocoon-like objects that overlapped each other and spread out on the left side. It was a strange sword covered with strange patterns. If possible, I really don't want to use this precious artifact. The effect of this sword really disgusts me. A burst of flame-like magic power rose sharply from Noah's body. A sword that can cut open the world, even if it's just a negligible cut that will quickly recover, it will still cause harm to the world. I don't want to use it at all. After saying that, Noah looked at Aeconaroglia with eyes that flickered with an astonishing expression. However, if I can use it to protect my most important family and companions, I believe that the world will forgive me, right? The astonishing magic power that rose sharply from Noah's body converged on the strange sword in his hand. In the next instant, in Noah's hand, the strange cylindrical blade of the sword suddenly started to spin. Wang! The surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, and a terrifying red stream of air burst out from the cylindrical blade that suddenly spun, turning into an extreme wind pressure that quickly rolled up. Wang wang! At the same time that the powerful wind pressure violently surged, the space around Noah suddenly distorted, causing the space to tremble uncontrollably. That red wind pressure engulfed the horizon, bringing along terrifying magic power fluctuations. While continuously distorting the space, it repeatedly surged toward the strange sword. If it was said that the wind pressure converging on Aeconaraglia's mouth represented destruction, then the wind pressure converging on the sword in Noah's hand represented breaking. Under such circumstances, in the sky above Heavenly Wolf Island, two extremely violent wind pressures, one black and one red, frantically swirled in the sky, causing the sea to surge as if it had encountered a storm. At a certain moment, the entire fluctuating heaven and earth suddenly became still. Roar! In the sky, Aconaroglia suddenly roared, and the terrifying energy converging in its huge mouth turned into a violent tornado-like jet of light that descended from the sky, enveloping the area below. Enuma Elish, the star of heaven and earth divergence. Almost at the same time, Noah fiercely stabbed out with the parting sword, Ea, in his hand, causing the space to tremble, causing a red violent wind pressure to violently shoot out. Suddenly, wherever the red wind pressure passed, the space seemed to be forcibly cut apart, plowing out a jagged pitch-black fault. As for the light beam that fell from the sky, it fiercely collided with the terrifying wind pressure that was coming towards it. Boom! Under a terrifying loud sound that was enough to shatter one's eardrums, the two attacks collided in the sky above Heavenly Wolf Island, creating an unprecedentedly frightening impact. Energy ripples that caused one's scalp to turn numb spread out in all directions. The exceptionally violent impact pervaded the sky, causing the sea below to violently tremble as if boiling, forming monstrous waves that surged in all directions. As for the epicenter of the impact, it had already ignited a dazzling light that sprinkled down from the sky. The dazzling light covered Aconaroglia. The dazzling light covered Noah. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light once again covered the entire Heavenly Wolf Island below, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Roar! After an unknown period of time, in the dazzling light, Aconaroglia let out the most painful howls as it flew out, flying into the distance. Upon closer inspection, nearly half of the scales on the body of Aconaroglia, which was gradually flying away, had been completely shattered. Scars from the terrifying wind pressure could be seen everywhere, causing dark red blood to unceasingly seep out, dripping down like rain. As for Heavenly Wolf Island, it had completely disappeared in the dazzling light, including Noah.